Okay. We're not gonna, if the internet dies again, I'm not gonna try and stream again. We're just gonna fucking do this. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. We're gonna probably go over the drama stuff to here. Oh, look. Now now all the things show up. One second. Let me test something. Discord. So I don't know why my bots don't work on YouTube. That's something I don't understand. But yeah, here we go. Let's see here.
But the real story. To that lies in China's response, claiming their hypersonic missiles could counter this technological marvel. This bold assertion, if true, could redefine aerial warfare and challenge the US's strategic dominance. And finally, we update you on the tense political climate in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. With elections looming, fears of corruption, authoritarianism, and escalating violence grow. In a country already ravaged by conflict, the potential for further turmoil could have far-reaching implications, not just for the DRC, but for global powers with vested interests in the region. So, our lead story. Is Venezuela about to invade its neighbor? This Sunday, December the 3rd, Venezuelans are headed to the polls in a much-hyped referendum. Sold on social media with reggaeton remixes and boosted on TV by multi-hour lectures starring President Nicolas Maduro, the referendum will set out a series of 5 constitutional questions for voters to answer. Most important among them will be one on the creation of a brand new state within Venezuela, Guyana Esquiba. If the referendum succeeds, then the government in Caracas will declare it their nation's 24th state. But this isn't like those occasional referendums the US holds on making Puerto Rico a state. Unlike Washington, Caracas does not control the territory that it's trying to incorporate, nor does almost any other government or institution on Earth think it legally belongs to Venezuela. Rather, El Esquiba, sometimes also called Esquibo, lies entirely within neighboring Guyana's internationally recognized borders. A swath of rainforest that's larger than England or Cuba and accounts for 2/3 of Guyana's overall landmass. It's also home to 300,000 of the country's 800,000 strong population, and while the referendum will ask whether they should be granted automatic Venezuelan citizenship, those living in Esquiba won't be able to vote. In short, it looks a whole lot like Caracas is holding a vote with only one logical outcome: the illegal annexation of a neighboring nation's territory. Certainly, that's how the Guyanese see it. To quote the BBC Spanish language service, BBC Mundo, according to the Guyanese government, the referendum represents an existential threat to the territorial integrity of Guyana. And they're not the only ones to think so. An urgent hearing is currently being held at the International Court of Justice, where American lawyer Paul Reichler recently declared the collective decision called for here involves nothing less than the annexation of the territory in dispute. This is a textbook example of annexation. Most likely, the World Court will agree, which may be why one of the referendum questions asks Venezuelans if Caracas should reject the court's jurisdiction over the case. To say this is causing anxiety in the tiny Guyanese capital of Georgetown is a little bit like saying that the Game of Thrones finale made some fans mildly upset.
Come on, John!
President Flannery recently fired warning shots across Caracas's bow, declaring, "Let no one make a single mistake. Essequibo is ours. Every square centimeter." The unspoken fear is that Maduro might use a win in the referendum to send his soldiers sweeping over the border. That we might be on the cusp of South America's first interstate war since Ecuador and Peru skirmished over Sinapa in 1995. We'll come onto the likelihood of that later in today's video, but for now we want to try and quickly answer the question that you're already likely asking, and that's, why are they doing this? Why does Caracas want this sparsely populated slice of jungle? And well, that's a question with two basic answers, one practical and one historical. Let's start with the practical one. The Venezuelan government wants Essequibo for the same reason any country usually wants a slice of its neighbor: the natural resources there. The disputed region is home to 300 kilometers of coastline, offshore of which runs almost the entire Stabroek block, a Massachusetts-sized region that's very...
Who's in Kick chat right now? Who is watching on Kick? Someone I know or a random?
rich in oil. Discovered by ExxonMobil in 2015, ownership of the block gives Guyana control over one of the largest proven reserves on Earth. As of late 2023, these reserves are larger than those of Kuwait or the United Arab Emirates, with more oil being discovered all the time. Already, Georgetown is moving to exploit this black gold. Just 4 short years ago, in 2019, petroleum made up a mere 2% of Guyana's GDP. Last year, it was over 60%. And that is just the start. The Economist estimates that Guyana will be producing 1.2 million barrels a day by 2020.
Gas. I lost so much fucking progress because I reset my computer. I forgot to save, so now I have to re-evolve fucking this. So until, I mean, let's be more clear. If I, actually no, I am going to give you the EXP share. If anyone comes through, because nobody came through when I did the stream announcement. So if we don't have anyone that comes through in like the next like 30, 45 minutes, then I'll probably just end the stream. Fucking irritating as fuck. No idea why the internet kept on dying. No clue about anything. Just fucking aggravated. We'll probably watch the Chud Logic drama shit here in a little bit.
Equivalent to 1.1% of all oil extracted on the planet. This would put it behind only Brazil and Mexico in terms of Latin American oil producers, and far ahead of Venezuela's output of 750,000 barrels a day. Of course, though, it's not the oil itself Georgetown cares about, but the money that will come with it. Oil extraction could add $16 billion annually to the government's pocket by the mid-2030s. For a middle-income nation of under 1 million people, such a sum would be transformative. Speaking to the Washington Post, research professor of Latin American Studies Evan Ellis noted, "It's hard to overestimate how much that oil means to the future of Guyana. It provides what was once one of the poorest countries in the entire hemisphere on a per capita basis, with the potential to possibly become one of the richest countries in the hemisphere." Nor is it just oil that the waters off the coast of Essequibo are hiding. Enormous supplies of natural gas have also been discovered, with the finance minister recently estimating reserves of 0.48 trillion cubic meters. Inland too, the province is rich in natural resources. Gold is already mined here, and plans are in place for uranium mines to open in the near future. On top of that, BBC Mundo points out that Essequibo is part of Guyana's Massif, the geographical region which has proven a great source of copper, diamond, iron, bauxite, and aluminium. So, yes, pretty easy to see why Caracas might be interested in claiming Essequibo for itself. But it's not resources that sit at the heart of Venezuela's referendum, or at least not openly. There's also history. Specifically what Venezuelans of all political stripes think is their historical right to the region. Go to a regular Venezuelan school and open a textbook, and you'll see the country is depicted as having an unusual shape. Instead of stopping at the eastern edge of the states of Bolivar and Delta Amacuro, it continues all the way to the Essequibo River in modern-day Guyana. That's the extent of territory Caracas claims it controlled on independence from Spain in 1811, what many Venezuelans consider their nation's natural boundaries. So you might ask, why don't they control all of that land today? Well, for that, you can thank a long-running dispute with the British Empire. In 1814, what we call today Guyana was handed from the Dutch to the British as a result of a treaty. Importantly, that treaty didn't specify the colony's western boundary with Venezuela. In 1835, the British tasked German explorer Robert Schambach with defining the frontier. The region he mapped out included the whole of Essequibo, just as it became apparent that gold was lurking there. Obviously, Venezuela wasn't cool with a bunch of limeys declaring the gold-rich region their property, and a dispute broke out. At first, the two nations agreed to leave Essequibo uninhabited, but by the second half of the 19th century, English speakers were openly setting up shop there. Things came to a head when America, under President Grover Cleveland, decided to get involved on Caracas' side. This nearly led to war between the US and Britain, but a fight was averted by the creation of a tribunal that would issue a final ruling on the matter. Composed of 2 lawyers picked by Venezuela, 2 picked by the British, and a neutral diplomat from Russia, the tribunal ruled in 1899 in Britain's favor. Essequibo went to what we now call Guyana. For Georgetown, and for most of the world, this is where the historical background ends, with a ruling 124 years ago that set the legal boundary. But you won't be surprised to hear that's not how Caracas sees things. In the Venezuelan telling, a bombshell revelation in 1949 suggesting the Russian diplomat had conspired with Britain to swing the result rendered the 1899 ruling void. Hence, one of the questions on the upcoming referendum will ask voters if Caracas should reject the tribunal's decision. Although it should be pointed out that 1899 wasn't the only attempt to solve the dispute. When Guyana achieved independence from Britain in 1966, the new government, along with London and Caracas, signed the Geneva Agreement, binding the two nations to settling the dispute through friendly negotiations. Although talks broke down, the agreement is technically still in place. Maduro claims the referendum is abiding by its rules, but it's hard to see how annexation can be interpreted as friendly. And besides, there is already another process ongoing to settle the boundary. Back in 2018, Guyana asked the World Court to make a final, legally binding ruling on the region. The case was only officially taken up this April, in part due to Venezuelan legal shenanigans, and no verdict is expected for several years. Nonetheless, it's a process recognized by nearly every nation on Earth. By jumping the gun with Sunday's referendum, Maduro risks breaching international law. It's this last part that has led some to suspect President Maduro doesn't really plan to annex Essequibo at all. After years of economic catastrophe, Caracas has finally seen US-imposed sanctions on oil, gas, and gold lifted. Were Maduro to follow through on a referendum victory and send troops to occupy Essequibo, it would result, at bare minimum, in the return of sanctions. This time, more countries might comply with them. While many Caribbean states such as Jamaica, Haiti, and Trinidad and Tobago declined to join previous rounds of sanctions on Venezuela, the Caribbean grouping CARICOM has voiced its strict opposition to the referendum and to military action in Essequibo. Any attempt at annexation could invite a swift regional backlash, and that's not including any potential military responses to an incursion. While Guyana's military is small, Vice President Bara Jagdeo has recently started threatening to allow foreign powers to build bases in Essequibo. France 24 reports him as saying, quote, "We were never interested in military bases, but we have to protect our national interest. All the options available for us to defend our country will be pursued." Every option. These options included a November visit by US Defense Department officials, a veiled threat to allow Uncle Sam to establish a base on Venezuela's border if Maduro doesn't back down. Taken together, these factors suggest Maduro would have to be extremely foolish or extremely stupid to annex Essequibo. Hence why a lot of analysts think this entire referendum is just a bit of a show. As part of the agreement to lift US sanctions, the Venezuelan government had to agree to hold elections in 2024. While those elections are unlikely to be fair, public discontent is so high that Maduro could lose even while pressing his thumb down on the scale. Luckily for the Venezuelan president, Essequibo is perhaps the only issue that unites the government and the opposition. As BBC Mundo put it, analysts anticipate massive support for the Venezuelan government's proposals, which will mobilize its electorate in a country where the Essequibo demand unites Chavistas and opponents like no other issue. With Maduro at the head of the referendum's Yes campaign, it looks like December the 3rd may be nothing more than a stunt, an attempt to swing national feeling behind the president ahead of January's election. It's not for nothing that leading opposition candidate Maria Corina Machado recently called for the referendum to be suspended, arguing it was a distraction from the collapsing economy. If that's the case, then it seems likely the referendum will pass in a grandiose display of jingoism and nothing more. The Maduro will follow his victory with fiery speeches and soaring rhetoric, but without ordering his nation's army to the disputed border. As The Economist's intelligence unit describes the situation, although Venezuela has been suggesting that it could take military action to annex a large part of Guyana's land and offshore claims, we believe that its bark is worse than its bite. Certainly, we hope that assessment is proved to be correct, that this really is just a cynical political game by an autocrat facing a tough re-election. But if this decade has taught us anything, it's that the world should always err on the side of caution, especially where war is concerned. After all, only a handful of nations believed in early February of 2022 that Russia would really attack Ukraine. Fewer still thought on September the 18th this year that Azerbaijan was just 24 hours away from a lightning assault on Nagorno-Karabakh. And almost nobody predicted that Ethiopia's government would invade its Tigray province in 2020, triggering what may be the bloodiest conflicts this century. Could the world now be making a similar mistake with Venezuela? Guyana's government certainly thinks so. Georgetown recently described the referendum as, quote, a sinister plan by Venezuela to seize Guyanese territory. Nor has Venezuela's government done much to tamp down anxieties. Defense Minister Vladimir Pedrino Lopez recently noted that the dispute with Guyana, quote, is not an armed war for now. So are Guyana's leaders right to be worried? Who knows? The smart money is still Maduro talking a big game and then taking no action. But who can say for sure? With crises mushrooming up and the international order breaking down, it's clear we've already entered a new era of uncertainty, one in which leaders make irrational decisions at great cost to themselves and to others. We can only hope that President Nicolas Maduro isn't about to join their ranks. And now let's move on to our second story, and that's one about China being a bit freaked out. So, we'll pivot to the United States, where on November the 10th, the world's newest warbird took to the skies for the first time over the US Air Force's Plant 42 in Palmdale, California. Known as the B-21 Raider, the aircraft in question is the latest evolution of US strategic bomber technology. It's capable of delivering immense weapon loads at long range, it uses a stealthy flying wing design, and it's capable of delivering nuclear weapons against just about any target across the world. Although the plane, designed and built by Northrop Grumman, has been a carefully guarded secret for the US for some time, its inaugural flight was witnessed by a handful of aviation enthusiasts who had hoped to see it take off. While no video exists yet of the Raider in the air, photos and witness accounts indicate that the test flight was a resounding success. The Air Force expects to purchase a minimum of 100 Raiders by the time all is said and done, at a sum per plane of over $500 million. When it begins its service life, it'll start phasing out older B-1B Lancer and B-2 Spirit bombers in a move expected to keep America on the cutting edge of strategic bombing for decades to come. But all that is actually not why we're mentioning the B-21 Raider today. Instead, we're going to focus on the response from the nation widely seen as the US's greatest global adversary in the coming decades, and that, of course, is China.
Oh, shit,
the rising superpower didn't have too much to say in the immediate aftermath of the test flight, but that changed on November the 27th. On that day, a report by South China Morning Post, a historically reputable Hong Kong-based outlet that in the 2020s is widely regarded as a tool used by China to spread its influence, alleged that the hypersonic missiles in China's arsenal had the ability to counter the B-21. If true, that would mean that the B-21 would be outmatched in a major war with China, essentially rendering the Raider obsolete before it's even gone into production. According to the South China Morning Post, China's hypersonic weapons have the potential to directly counter the B-21. The missiles have a top speed of Mach 6, or 6 times the speed of sound, while the top speed of the Raider is currently unknown. By the SCMP's report, a stealth platform that mimicked a B-21 was shot down by such a hypersonic missile during a war game. Also shot down was a companion drone assigned to China's Mock B-21, which is a widely expected...
Just want to hear about the Venezuela part. Let's see here. What else should we go over? Oh, yeah, that's right. We were gonna watch...
Before there was even...
Let's watch this Destiny thing before we watch the, should we watch the Chud versus, counterpoints first, or should we watch the Destiny thing first? Here's one of the guys. Let's see. Dude doesn't know who Erdogan or Assad is, fancies himself a political analyst, and now learns in real time that he is, in fact, Gusano Steve. Oh, man, they gotta drop the Gusano. He knows who Erdogan and Assad is because he's had debates about both of these people. Why would they even, like, pretend like this person... Why would they even pretend that Destiny doesn't know who Assad is? He's argued about, like, Erdogan in Turkey with Donald Trump and fucking Assad and all of the stuff going on in the Syrian civil war. It's just stupid. Okay, so all of it's just, like, obsessing over Destiny. Got it. Like, I can't imagine obsessing over someone like that. That will never give me attention. Like, trying to pull a debate with them, that's one thing. Just being obsessed and being upsetty spaghetti, I just can't imagine. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. Maybe I'm just built fucking different, okay? They retweeted this. Hamas official statement. We demand all the world's forces to end the occupation of our land and our Al-Quds. I don't care. Yeah. If they're tanky, yeah, they're going to retweet fucking Hamas apologia, all that shit. I don't care. If they have like
This
a
episode
YouTube and
and
we can watch one of their streams and react to it and see if there's something worth arguing about, that's one thing. But I don't want to just like argue over someone's fucking retard tweets. All right. Yeah.
Others like it are brought to you by the generous support of my patrons on Patreon. If you'd like to help support this channel, join our growing Discord server, and get early access to every video, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/secondthought. Throughout the well-worn pages of history, empires have risen, grown to prominence, and collapsed into the mist of time. The Roman Empire, stretching from the sweltering sands of Africa to the murky woods of northern England. The British Empire and her dominance of the Seven Seas. Radio Shack. All of these and more have become the stuff of legend, each with their own stories of success, expansion, and ultimately collapse, unable to bear the weight of their inherent contradictions. But are all empires destined to meet this fate? And the question on
Skip
everyone's
that, why
mind,
not again?
probably because it's the title of this video, are we living through the end of an empire? In this episode, we'll take a look at the precarious position of the United States and consider some historic parallels to assess whether the US is really in decline.
He's friends with Jucha Gang? Of course he is. Hot
right.
damn.
Here we go. I'm ready. Nope, that's terrible. All right, I'm ready. Rome. Or are we doing this as 2 takes? Okay, here we go. I'm ready. Rome. The empire all other empires aspire to be. From their breath.
It actually is. It actually is so blackpilling that this guy puts out the fucking stupidest, unintelligent fucking videos of all time. He has the sense of humor of a normie, like elder millennial, and he inserts that into all of his fucking videos. And he has 1.66 million subscribers. It's absolutely like the most blackpilling shit.
Taking architecture, to their lavish feasts, to their penchant for feeding people they don't like to wild animals, Rome is truly the shining example of what other nations can only hope to accomplish. We can't really talk about empires or empires in decline without talking about the Roman one. And it just so happens that Americans, from politicians to far-right history YouTubers, love to compare the US to Rome. So, is there something to this comparison? Is the US the new Rome? In a lovely bit of cosmic irony, the first book of Edward Gibbon's ambitious 6-volume work, The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, was published in 1776, on the eve of the birth of a new empire. One that would go on to become arguably the most...
Wait, hold on. Let me just go back.
In a lovely bit of cosmic irony, the first book of Edward Gibbon's ambitious 6-volume work, The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, was published in 1776, on the eve of the birth of a new empire. One that would go on to become arguably the...
Sorry, I started reading fucking chat. Let me hear it, because I want to know what the fuck a book written in 1776 has to do with what we're watching, or what we're talking about today.
In a lovely bit of cosmic irony, the first book of Edward Gibbon's ambitious 6-volume work, The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, was published in 1776, on the eve of the birth of a new empire. One that would go on to become arguably the most powerful in history. In some ways, the United States and the Roman Empire do have a lot in common.
Behold, dear Petronius, my new Rome.
An insatiable desire for expansion, extreme inequality, a globe-spanning network of influence, a penchant for chattel slavery, military dominance, and decadent displays of wealth.
Wrong. Whoa, hold on. Go back. Show me that list.
Influence, a penchant for chattel slavery, military dominance, and decadent...
Expansion. We are not an expansion or an expansionary power by any stretch of the imagination, especially in the current day. Maybe in the past, right? We had the whole what do they call it? The manifest destiny. I couldn't think of the fucking word, right? I think in the modern world, Hawaii is the only real example. Yeah, you could possibly make the argument for Hawaii, but like extreme inequality. I don't even think. Oh shit! What is it? What is the inequality? Economic inequality scale. What is it? It's something. It's the something scale. Gini index. All countries Gini coefficient index. Gini index data. World Bank. No data is available at the world level. I think that I can't remember. I think it's the closer you get to 1, they're going to have like the decimal points all the way out here, but 0 indicates perfect equality and 1 indicates maximum inequality. So let's go back here. Most recent value. South Africa is the most unequal given all of this, given on the data that we have. I wish it had like a ranking. No. Is this population? Gini coefficient. Okay. So we're at 45. I don't think that we're nearly as unequal as places like South Africa. That would be like the worst inequality that we see. All of these places in Africa. Now, these places are going to have lower inequality because even their rich people are super fucking poor. It's the same concept, just not violent. Expansion is control. But like, okay, well, if that's... Okay. Let me ask you this. If you're saying that hegemony... Number one, I don't even think that we have like world hegemony. I think that we're losing that, or we lost that. I think that there's a lot of people who are smarter than I or smarter than you that have already said that like the US is not the world hegemon, or we're like so close to losing. There are other countries like China, right, that are gaining power, that are becoming, and India, that are becoming like hegemonic themselves. Russia to an extent, they're like 4th place, or no, they're probably 3rd place. It's probably the US, China, then Russia, then maybe India or some shit like that. Oh, look at that. I should have just scrolled down. Top 10 countries with the highest Gini coefficients. South Africa, Namibia, Suriname. I don't know how to say it. Like, these are like unbelievable levels of inequality, right? Oh, look at that. Belgium. All right. My people were pretty good. I wish it just gave us like a number that was ranking them. United States, 41.4 in 2018. Oh, shit. That's not what I wanted. Oh, fuck me. United States. So we've gotten very, very slightly more unequal since 2016. We're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 53rd. And then let's go back down to the United States and see what countries. Haiti, really? Is it because everyone's just like super poor there? Fuck, I need to remember how this works. So it's just like the relative wealth to each other. So I guess just everyone's around the same there. Don't scream at chat so hard next time. Hey, listen, fuck you. I like yelling at chat. So we're like 53rd or some shit. I can't remember exactly what number, but we're like 53rd, right? I don't think that's like a bad place to be necessarily. It's not the best, and I do agree that like we're unequal, but are we like the worst unequal place in the entire world? Not by a long shot. And like if you look at the map, we're not even like that far off from like a place like Canada or, you know, the UK or wait, is darker. Oh god, I'm fucking colorblind. I can't tell if this color matches this color or this color. Oh wait, look at that. 33. Okay, so we're closer to the UK than we are to Canada. Got it. I can't tell the like colors apart unless they're like directly right next to each other. Fuck my life. But what I want to know is if we have influence in another country and that other country wants us to have influence there, like they want there to be some US presence, are we doing something bad by involving ourselves or in having business relations with them? To Remy, right? Like that's the question I would ask. Expansion is control, and I don't agree with that because expansion in this case would be like you are administering them, right? I mean, Sweden's going to have a low one. 30. Norway is 27.6. Like they're going to be on like the higher or in the lower end of what do you call it? Iceland, Ukraine, Belgium, Finland, Norway. Yeah, they're going to be like the least unequal or the most equal societies. Sweden with 30, and then Norway was a little bit lower than that right there. So like I know that they're more equal than the United States, but like we don't have the kind of extreme inequality that he's referencing where there's like some people that own like 5,000 slaves and then some people that are like, you know, that are like soldiers in the fucking legions who are eating hardtack and, you know, their boots during the winter, right? Then, like, global influence, I don't think that Rome had global influence. They had regional influence over everything, like all of the like civilizations that were near them, but not global influence. So that's a weird way to compare the United States and Rome. Chattel slavery, Rome did not engage in chattel slavery. The kind of slavery that we see right now, the kind of slavery that we saw in the United States and in the Western Hemisphere, during the, like 15th to the 19th century, that was chattel slavery, where they treated, their slaves as literal cattle, where they interbred them and tried to make them stronger and better field hands and shit like that. That's chattel slavery. Buying and selling them and then like owning them like they are cattle. Whereas in Rome, now, I'm not saying that any kind of slavery is good, all right? It was way different. And it was way different than the kind of slavery, like it was closer to the kind of slavery that they had in like ancient Greece, where you could become a citizen, right? Like you were owned by someone. You were a slave. Usually it means you were captured by by the forces at hand, through military conquest, right? You became a slave, and if you were a man, you had the ability to become a citizen. One second. Let's get this back. I lost all of my save progress, so I have to get it back to where we were. Okay. Now that we're done with that, here we are. So, yeah, we don't have chattel slavery going on in ancient Rome. That's just not true whatsoever.
Displays of wealth. There have been countless books.
And you know what? If you want to get like mad about decadence and shit like that, fuck, dude. Have you ever seen the fucking people who are rich in like the Soviet Union? The guy, the country that this guy sucks off fucking incessantly. The kind of decadence that you would see in the CCP, like the actual political figures there. Please.
Essays, political diatribes, and social media posts earnestly comparing the United States to Rome, and often for good reason. Both empires were bogged down in endless wars, both displayed a shocking level of wealth inequality, both suffered economic crises that commentators in both eras were certain would spell
the reason Rome collapsed, or there's a lot of reasons Rome collapsed, but like they were doing constant wars of expansion. We are not doing wars of expansion. So I don't think that you can directly compare these two.
The final end of the golden age of civilization. And if we're being honest, both had about the same response to disease outbreaks, which is to say those in power let a whole lot of people die and isolated themselves as best they could. But we should also note that a lot of the people making these comparisons are only doing it because they have this weird thing about mythologizing.
This is the strangest fucking... this is the strangest, weird way to compare them. I'm pretty sure there was a break criticism of all the rich and politicians not following quarantine. Is that what he's referencing here? He said that we had a bad response to outbreak. We had a much different kind of response than Rome would have had. They would have just like sealed people inside of their homes if they had the plague. And also, didn't the plague happen in like the 1200s after the fall of Rome?
The United States. It's a very young country comparatively speaking. So what better way to afford it a little extra grandeur than giving ourselves the title of the New Rome, the shining city on a hill, the glorious republic that commands the world itself. That fits very nicely into the whole manifest destiny, American exceptionalism thing. We'll get back to that towards the end of the video. But first, we need to address what the end of an empire actually looks like. I'm sure you've heard the phrase, the fall of Rome.
How's it going, Soupy Cappy?
Despite the popularity of the phrase, most academics have moved on from the term fall when talking about the Roman Empire. The consensus now is that it wasn't any single inflection point that triggered a dramatic collapse, but an agonizing, generations-long slide into a decreased standing in the world. There wasn't one single point where we could say Rome was an empire yesterday and today it's a failed project. The real world doesn't work like that. There were certainly some instances one could point to as chapter markers near the end of the story. For example, around the year 476, there wasn't really an emperor claiming the vast swaths of land the empire had once held with an iron fist. But if we're looking for a Marvel-esque announcement that Rome has fallen, we're not gonna find one. What we can trace, and it's easier to do so in retrospect, is a series of minor failures that go unaddressed. Crumbling infrastructure due to lack of investment, rampant corruption, severe inequality, dwindling trust.
Let's see, crumbling infrastructure. Well, that's why we have based Biden passing the infrastructure bill, right? Rampant corruption. I think that corruption in the I think that corruption in Rome in the fucking, 5th century was a completely different character than the kind of the kind of corruption that you'll even be able to point at in the United States. Like, you can say that there's corruption in the United States. I mean, we have freedom of speech, all right? But like the kind of corruption that we have is like 3 or 4 magnitudes of difference from the shit that happened even in like the 1920s,
in institutions or leadership, humiliating military defeat, or endless conflict sapping resources. These all add up to a very real challenge to the structure of an empire. To take the Roman example, the city of Rome itself had been sacked multiple times, but what really did the city in was when the supply chain failed. State-subsidized grain shipments on state-subsidized ships tied up at state-subsidized docks. Eventually, as the state was less able or willing to maintain these mundane but crucial projects, things sort of just fell apart over time. It's never one big collapse, it's death by 1,000 cuts. Countless seemingly insignificant failures that together add up to an inability to function. A useful way to think about this can be found in Isaac Asimov's Foundation trilogy, which is now actually a really good show if you're into sci-fi. Much like Harry Seldon prophesied a series of crises along the path of the Empire's long and painful collapse, so too can we take a step back and see a handful of big red dots on the timeline of American decline. I don't want to spoil the show, but suffice it to say that it has a really good understanding of the scale we're talking about when looking at the process of decline. It's not a quick and dramatic collapse. These things take decades or even centuries, but the cracks are already there. Big red dots on the timeline of which is now actually a really good show if you're into sci-fi. Much like Harry Seldon prophesied a series of crises along the path of the Empire's long and painful collapse, so too can we take a step back and see a handful of big red dots on the timeline of American decline. I don't want to spoil the show, but suffice it to say that it has a really good understanding of the scale we're talking about when looking at the process of decline. It's not a quick and dramatic collapse. These things take decades or even centuries, but the cracks are already there. And every once in a while, a pillar buckles. The Great Depression, the Red Scares and McCarthyist pogroms, 9/11, the 2008 financial crash and Great Recession, COVID, and now the handful of crises that have been simmering for decades and are coming to a head, the climate crisis and the collapse of US imperial control of the periphery. We're losing ground economically, militarily, and geopolitically to China. The US regime's steadfast support for
there is a lot of stuff going on in China that might not lead to American collapse anytime soon. I don't know. Like, half of the things that he talked about there, maybe not half, the first couple that he talked about there, they were just, they were before the peak of America's power. Or during the peak of America's power. Like the McCarthyist shit, that was while America was like super fucking strong, right? When it comes to, like China, China has problems of their own, okay? They have a demographic crisis. They have a crisis of the United States boxing them in if they try to do any kind of funny business with Taiwan. It's not like they're going to get away with like doing anything that they fucking want as it is right now, Their economy is slowing drastically from what it was doing for the past 20, 30, 40 years because they had like 10% year over year growth in their GDP, which is fucking insane. Right. Before stream crashed 4 fucking times today, I said that 2.5 to 3% growth is like the target for the United States, right? That is what we want. That would be like a decent or good or expected year, right? 3.5 to 4% growth in GDP year over year would be fucking, we're bussing. All right. We're blowing people out of the fucking water with our GDP growth, right? If we had 5%, that would be absolutely fucking crazy, right? Year over year. But that's not really what we see, right? But when you look at China, they had like 10% year over year, 10% year over year, 10% year over year, which is why they've had this huge increase in, one second, I need to get a lot of fucking soda pop. Pretty sure there's strong evidence that China's lying about their numbers, right? But like, even if we were to grant China like the best possible world that they're in, right? Like, it's not they're not looking so hot right now because they've dropped down to that 5% number. And if they're lying about that 5% number, right? Like if they're still inflating their numbers like people have been accusing them of, then they're like really not doing that good, right?
For the genocide of the Palestinian people has ensured no country in the third world will ever believe our rhetoric about self-determination and freedom again.
Oh, sorry.
Just
When I
like
paused,
that,
I
an entire
missed what he
generation
said.
steadfast support for the genocide of the Palestinian people has ensured no country in the third world will ever believe our rhetoric about
Genocide.
self-determination and freedom again. Just like that, an entire generation of Americans disabused of the myth that we're the good guys. And this is where the usual Western
happened during
analysis
Iraq.
begins to fail. A lot of people make the mistake of attributing crises of empire to the failures or excesses of individual leaders or people or groups with influence. It's always the other team that's making things go wrong. It's Trump on immigration and LGBT rights. It's Biden on funding endless proxy wars. While megalomaniacs or senile old warmongers can certainly make things worse, the underlying logic of the system in which they operate is the determining factor in how the crises they lead.
Right now, our biggest problem is political instability insofar as we can have political instability in the United States, right? So we have 2 parties that are arguing with each other. They'll never agree on anything. They refuse to agree on anything, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That is a far cry from not being able to get anything done because of our system, because our system is not that functionally different in a lot of ways outside of like our obviously like our tax brackets and shit like that. Our system is not that fundamentally different than, Norway or Denmark or, Sweden or anywhere in Europe. Except for maybe we have less capitalist restrictions. But if it's fundamental to our system, that being capitalism, because this guy's a fucking gigatanky, why are we not seeing these people decline? Probably because their political system or their politics, right? Their internal politics are a little bit more stable than what's going on in the United States right now. And I would point directly at people like Trump to blame for the kind of instability that we're seeing. I don't know who else we could point at, Someone made an algorithm. Yeah. I've watched, there's a guy named, what is his name? Money and Macro or some shit, that did a video about the light pollution versus GDP and comparing that. And that was very interesting, but that's not what I'm looking at right now.
lead us through are handled. Take COVID, for example.
I know that we will achieve victory and quickly return to the path of exceptional health, safety, and prosperity for all of our citizens. We have to get back to work. Our people want to work. They want to go back. They have to go back.
Because the United States follows a capitalist economic philosophy, the key consideration during the pandemic was keeping the gears of the market turning, regardless of the human toll. The prime directive of capitalism is the accumulation of capital.
No!
And if that means we have to sacrifice low-paid workers on the altar of profit, so be it. There was no meaningful difference between Trump and Biden on this issue, despite the two leaders being characterized as polar opposites by the media class. If you look beneath the aesthetic differences between the two major parties, if you ignore the bombastic rhetoric and empty posturing on social issues and look strictly at the economic base of the system we live under, it's clear that every single great man one could point to is beholden to the same interests, and is therefore more of a byproduct of the system than a leader that changes it. Okay, so if it's not the leaders, then what makes the difference between empires that endure and empires that fall?
Hold on, I'm gonna fast forward again through this. I'm trying to figure out what his point is. Am I retarded?
Exceptional health, safety, and prosperity for all of our citizens. We have to get back to work. Our people want to work. They want to go back. They have to go
watch
back.
that in a minute.
Because the United States follows a capitalist economic philosophy, the key consideration during the pandemic was keeping the gears of the market turning, regardless of the human toll. The prime directive of capitalism is the accumulation of capital, and if that means we have to sacrifice low-paid workers on the altar of profit, so be it. There was no meaning.
Even China had to send people back to work eventually. Okay, one second.
Difference between Trump and Biden on this issue, despite the two leaders being characterized as.
Because by the time Biden came into power, the vaccine was ready to fucking pump out. And Biden did fucking vaccine mandates. How are you going to say? How are you going to say that there's no difference between the two leaders? There was a completely different situation between, hey, first, we have a virus that nobody knows anything about. It could cause your dickhead to explode if you have it like too big of a viral load. We have no fucking clue what this virus is going to do, right? Versus, okay, we've seen what this virus can do in the short and the long term. We have a vaccine for it. How are these two people's positions the same?
Be it. There was no meaningful difference between Trump and Biden on this issue, despite the two leaders being characterized as polar opposites by the media class. If you
they were polar opposites. List their positions on this shit.
look beneath the aesthetic differences between the two major parties, if you ignore the bombastic rhetoric and empty posturing on social issues and look strictly at the economic base of the system we live under.
It's not empty posturing if the Democrats actually push through legislation on a regular basis that aligns with their values, as they have the entire time Biden has been in office.
It's clear that every single great man one could point to is beholden to the same interests, and is therefore more of a byproduct of the system than a leader.
The interests are making sure that our economy is still functioning. That still has to happen in a socialist economy. You can't just shut down literally every single job until the pandemic is over and still feed your populace. Anti-imperialist second thought, 3 minutes, 40 seconds. Better be quick.
Apologized past to fool the peasants into thinking they're dying for a noble cause. They are not. There must be a peaceful resolution to this conflict. We have seen in recent months that the United States remains the primary obstacle to peace in the region. As China attempts to broker a peaceful resolution,
Okay, I don't care about this. Why are you interrupting the video for
that changes it. Okay, so if it's not
their interests are making sure that our economy is still working, that people are still able to get fed, that people are still able to earn an income. You can't freeze your entire economy. Even at the beginning of the pandemic, we couldn't freeze the entire economy. We still had parts of it that were working, like making sure that people had fucking food.
the leaders, then
Does he know that all this stuff happened in China, but much more intensely to the point that they lied to the people and said that there was zero COVID? Yes, I know.
what makes the difference between empires that endure and empires that fall? Every nation and empire in history has faced challenges. Nothing exists in a vacuum. So what sets apart an empire that meets these challenges and one that's on the way out? In a nutshell, resilience. The ability of the system to react to, adapt to, and overcome the challenges they're presented with. Rebuilding key infrastructure after a natural disaster. Reassessing the system after an economic crisis to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Like the CHIPS Act? Like the Build Back Better, like collection, like omnibus bill?
Structure after a natural disaster.
Weren't we able to rebuild that interstate overpass that was like billions of dollars worth of labor in like a week? We passed the infrastructure bill to rebuild our crumbling infrastructure? Something that Trump was not willing or able to do?
Reassessing the system after an economic crisis to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Why would we reevaluate an entire economic system because of a global disaster?
Swift action to protect people from a major disease outbreak.
We did do that. There were lockdowns across the country. And if you want to compare the records of Biden and Trump on COVID, look at the things that Biden was saying that we should do, and look at the things that Trump did. Look at the stuff that Biden did when he was on office, and then look at the stuff that Trump said we ought to be doing, like not forcing people to get the vaccines. Now, to his credit, Trump wanted people to take the vaccines, but for selfish reasons, because he thought he was a big bad motherfucker. And to his credit, it was really impressive that we were able to get the vaccine out in that short amount of time, right? But the policy differences between these two people are immeasurable. Does he think humans can just be in a room without food and water for 2 years? Well, listen. Human beings are just economic markers, right? And when you care about your economic markers, like human beings, in a socialist system, then you'll just magically produce food.
You can probably see where I'm going with
I
all
don't
this.
know.
Take infrastructure. Flint, Michigan still has undrinkable water, despite the government finally promising to replace the water lines. Much of New Orleans is still destroyed or underwater 18 years after Hurricane Katrina.
Or underwater? There's some places that people didn't go back to in regards to Katrina. Sure. I don't know enough about the Flint water situation. Like, that's still fucked. But I'm pretty sure that what happened with Flint? I'm almost certain that there was like federal funds that went there, but did they not? Let's see. Summary. Okay. Okay. In Flint, nearly 9,000 children were supplied lead-contaminated water for 18 months. Those efforts paid off. It's an ongoing task. Indeed, members of the lawsuit have already returned to court to see that the city properly manages its lead service line replacement program and provides filters for faucets. The federal action level for lead is not a health-based number. It is merely an administrative trigger for remediation by the water utility. Only a little more. It says thousands of lead and galvanized steel service lines that connect water 7,500 pipes had been upgraded. I don't know what the actual number is. We understand why it's bad. So what is the current state? Okay, so at this point, it's the local government. Got it.
The US and its lackeys call ever more
Flint's drinking tap is just fine. I mean, like, I feel like, yeah. Oh, 1 second. There we go.
loudly for increased weapons shipments and greater keys call ever more recent months that the United States.
Oh,
They
this
are
is the
not.
wrong video. Fuck off.
Wing
Where is it?
And finally promising to replace the water lines. Much of New Orleans is still destroyed or underwater.
Also, you have to like figure out the difference between the local, state, and federal governments.
Where
but-
18 years after Hurricane Katrina, we have trains going off the rails at a
and we also don't. I don't think places are still underwater in fucking New Orleans.
rate of 4.8 derailments per day. Many of
That's been that way forever. You only care about that because you saw that one story.
those trains carrying toxic chemicals, as we saw firsthand when we went to East Palestine, Ohio earlier this
Yes, you saw that one instance and suddenly you began to care. But when it happened, we looked it up, and there's like 1,000 train derailments every single fucking year.
year. The United States is notorious for letting its infrastructure fail and never repairing it. When it comes to economic disasters, things aren't any better. In the wake of the 07-08 financial crash and the recession that followed, nearly 10 million Americans lost their homes. Those homes were snatched up by institutional investors like BlackRock, and most of them are still held hostage on the rental market today. Did the government do anything?
Held hostage? First off, we did a lot of shit in the wake of the fucking 2008 financial crisis. We did a lot of shit in the 2008 financial crisis. We created new laws. We brought companies to court. We several companies just like completely failed, but they didn't do anything explicitly illegal. Are we supposed to put people on the fucking electric chair for doing something that's not technically illegal? Lots of people lost their homes, but they bought a bunch of homes that they couldn't fucking afford. And they were just hoping the bubble wouldn't pop.
About the conditions that led up to this crisis? Not really. They gave a couple people a slap on the wrist, but the vast majority of the criminal executives
Meaning a slap on the wrist, meaning they didn't fucking literally execute everyone that was like a CEO of these companies or banking institutions.
that profited from the real estate bubble and swindled the American people got off scot-free. And now, experts are saying it kinda looks like there's another bubble brewing. Most Americans are worse off now than they were in 2007. They haven't recovered.
Oh, hold on.
Brewing. Most Americans are worse off
Words to describe the U.S. economy. These are people's feelings, how Americans describe the economy.
now than they were
This
in
is not economic data.
2007. They haven't recovered. And if there is a
Since Great Recession, same, worse off. Wait. Doesn't that leave another half that say that they're better off? There's only 3 options, right? You're either worse off, the same, or better. Why are you only showing these 2?
another crash, things will get even worse for even more people. Then, of course, there's COVID. Was there an answer to curbing the death toll of the pandemic? Yes. Did American leadership know what it was? Yes. Did they follow the science and prevent those deaths? No, they did not. In fact,
Some
they did
did.
the opposite, waxing poetic about the importance of the market and how valued our frontline workers are. And then they moved on. Over 1 million people died so the line wouldn't go down for a bit. Yet another failure of the American empire. The United States...
Huh. Well, that was 2008. That was 2020. Line did go down. Because why? Because we shut down huge sectors of our economy. Not the entire thing. Why? Because otherwise people wouldn't have had fucking food.
Relies on a system that is not and can never be resilient. Capitalism demands running the leanest operation possible.
I also love this idea.
System that is not and can never be resilient. Capitalism demands running the leanest operation possible. No.
What country has not seen some economic downturn at some point of its lifetime, right? Can you point to a single Soviet state? Can you point to a single socialist state that never had an economic downturn? Because your biggest examples all have had downturns.
No safety nets, no guardrails. Everything delivered at the last
The Vatican is not socialist.
possible moment in the bare minimum amount. Corners cut at all levels of enterprise. When all the reasonable cuts have been made, then they come for the nickels and dimes. That means stripping benefits, no more pensions, no more health
Bro, you don't want to look at the fucking quality of the fucking products that came out of the Soviet Union, brother.
care, no more vacation time or parental leave. It means moving from employment to gig work, full-time hours to piecemeal contracts. And all of this is just on the domestic front.
That's not all fucking work.
Those in power don't care if they have a pissed-off workforce. They know we have to accept whatever job we can get, or
Yes, they do. Otherwise, the population will rise up. That's always a concern.
we starve. There's no choice there. What they do care about is maintaining their
You can't not work in any economic system and not starve. In Soviet Union, you couldn't just be a YouTuber getting 3 views every single video for your entire life and not expect to fucking starve.
whatever job we can get, or we starve. There's no choice there. What they do care about is maintaining their geopolitical interest abroad.
It's literally the same in every single country for all of human history.
But once again, because of the logic of capitalism, the empire's grip is slipping. When we're the only game in town, we can give developing countries loans with obscenely exploitative conditions. We can
Don't look at the Belt and Road Initiative.
force them to privatize, to sell off their industry to American investors, to buy back the goods that their own resources produced at exorbitant rates. Of course, the rest of the world hates us.
All of the fucking... Do you think that all of the resources that go into the manufacturing in China come from China? We have a globalized fucking economy. All of these fucking products are going through like 8 different countries before they're manufactured into the final product.
But we don't care. We're the dominant world power.
Also, I don't know if the majority of the world hates us in the way that... that also is a little bit...
So in our arrogance, we outsource
I'm not going to say that the rest of the world doesn't hate us, but to the degree that he's saying, I don't know.
all our manufacturing to China to cut costs. Meanwhile, China has been taking the long view, thinking 5 years ahead, 10 years ahead, following common sense development plans, raising the
And yet their economy is still growing at half the rate that it was pre-COVID. And yet we see massive cracks throughout their economy when it comes to their infrastructure, the fucking what's the name of it? Evergrande, right? When we look at some of their banking institutions failing because of the failing of Evergrande. When we look at their demographic crisis, when we look at the crisis of their electrical grid, because their electrical grid can't even handle all of them using air conditioners at the same time, because air conditioners were not a common household product until like the early 2000s. They're not a developed economy.
standard of living of their people, building high-tech, modern cities that blow our infrastructure and production.
And their quality of life is not increasing at the rate that they want or that they were promised by the government, which is why you see huge swaths of their young population refusing to work.
Capacity out of the water. And then, eventually, while we were busy bombing a dozen countries at once and making enemies around the world, China extends their hand in collaboration. Now there's a second economic superpower in the mix.
Yeah, in collaboration by manufacturing half of the goods that we use in America to fucking, support our, no, fuck off, don't pin, no pin, to go and bomb those countries.
One that offers development aid without the ridiculous requirements. One that benefits all involved parties. That looks ahead to a more connected, collaborative future and not one of imperialist domination.
They literally took over the port in Sri Lanka. because they couldn't pay back their debt. They gave them a debt for a port in Sri Lanka that they would never be able to pay off. And when they failed to pay it off, China took it over and has pure and total exclusive economic rights over every single bit of economic activity that happens in that port.
It's no wonder the US is losing trade deals and borrowers left and right. They're simply a better alternative. And when a country that...
unless it's Guyana, right? Unless it's Ukraine. And then, you know, those other countries are just able to, you know, invade them. And it's America's fault for trying to create some sort of bridge with those countries.
Has become entirely dependent on extracting wealth from the third world loses the ability to do so, what happens? They lash out. They get more violent. They start proxy wars in geostrategic locations to try to regain...
Yes! We started the war in Ukraine! When Ukraine willingly wants to go into economic fucking partnership with the United States... Oh, that's bad imperialism. And Russia invading and killing and raping people on their way through to try and get into Kiev before all their fucking tanks run out of fucking fuel. Well, that's the Americans' fault. They started that war. But if Venezuela does end up invading Guyana because ExxonMobil didn't force the contract. We didn't put troops on the ground there and then force them to take a contract. ExxonMobil won a contract with the Guyanese, I don't know, government to drill for their oil in their internationally understood borders. And then we get these fucking cope. Where's the cope? Did I close it out? No. Then we get these cope threads trying to say, oh, well, if Venezuela decides to invade and take over 60% of Guyana's landmass and over half or something like half of its population, oh, well, that's America's fault too.
Gain the upper hand. When a more lucrative or more strategic option becomes available, they dump their previous lackey and leave them to employ.
Wait, hold on. I was reading Gass's.
They lash out. They get more violent.
An urgent effort to bolster support.
They start proxy wars in geostrategic locations to try to regain the upper hand. When
we started the war. I'm sorry, that line always pisses me the fuck off. Aid for Israel, but not Ukraine, is a pressing, urgent need.
More strategic option becomes available, they dump their previous lackey and
our support for Israel and our support for Ukraine are two different things.
Leave them to implode and be carved up by foreign investors. There's a reason we're looking at war with Russia over Ukraine, war with China over Taiwan, and war with the entire Arab world over Israel. It's because war is the...
We're not looking at war with the entire Arab world. No one is coming to Gaza or the West Bank's defense from the Arab world. No one's going to do it. Maybe Iran. But is Iran even part of, are they considered Arabs? I thought they were Persian. Right?
The last chance the US empire has to give itself a shot in the arm and limp along for another few decades as the dominant power. Will it work?
This is not that important to us. Because that attack, while brutal and disgusting, this guy doesn't agree that it was brutal and disgusting. He thinks that the settler babies do deserve to get shot, raped, and burnt alive or whatever the fuck. Even if it's fake, he thinks it's based. Even if not true, he thinks it's based. Even that horrible fucking attack that happened in Israel is not going to affect Israel's power in the region. It's not going to affect America's power in the region. Iran and Turkey aren't considered Arab. What is Turkey just considered Turkish? Are they their own ethnicity? I genuinely don't know. I don't know like the ethnic shit for everyone. Okay.
We'll see. But here's the thing we really need to internalize. We now live in a time where there's no longer anyone alive who remembers a time before American global dominance. Since World War II, and certainly since the illegal dissolution of the Soviet Union, the US has had very nearly...
What does that mean, illegal dissolution? They fucking fought with each other. They fucking drove tanks at each other. The illegal dissolution? If you mean like they had in their charter, their fucking, declaration of Soviet states that Russia is to be a socialist state forever and then it stopped being a Soviet state, well, then I guess in a technical sense, there you have a point. That was illegal by the laws of Russia, but like they had a coup from their own government. The U.S. was going around to the like George H.W. Bush was going around to different Soviet satellite states and saying, listen, I know it's bad right now, but you guys shouldn't, just like throw it all away, because it would be really bad if you guys just like, collapsed, right? Because they were all scared of, or the United States was scared what would happen if the Soviet Union just collapsed. Because they had a lot of nukes, and they didn't know what all these satellite states were going to do with the nukes.
Uncontested control of the world. This has led to a perception among Americans. Since World War II, and certainly since the illegal dissolution of the Soviet Union, the US has had very nearly uncontested control of the world. This has led to a perception among Americans, even those who are critical of the country's behavior, that the US really is special. That our empire won't go the way of all the others. That somehow we'll overcome all these challenges and avoid collapse or fading into irrelevance.
I don't think that that's just like taken, well, maybe it is taken for granted, but I don't think it's taken for granted like nobody thinks it could ever happen. I think that people just don't think that we're at a point where that will happen now. And I don't think we are at a point where it will happen right now. We're not going to collapse in my lifetime, right? We might see waning, dominance over the entire world, but I don't think we're going to collapse.
We all have to grapple with the fact that this will not be the case. We are living through the end of an empire. It may not seem dramatic, it might not fit the apocalyptic vision of collapse we've come to expect. It may take another 100 years, but the US is on the way out. The contradictions have become so sharp, and the failures so frequent, that it should be clear to all but the most devoted acolytes to the cult of capitalism that the American empire has begun to wane. I mentioned at the beginning of the episode that my content is only possible thanks to my Patreon.
Let me go ahead and now shill my advertisers. Every single fucking time. It's so fucking funny. What was the other? Oh, okay. Are we going to do the, let's close this out. Don't need that. I kind of want to watch that later.
So I think I should rape somebody. I'm definitely going to rape somebody. Yeah, I'm for sure going to rape somebody. That's a really good idea.
Why would he say this? I want that. Probably want that. I don't want to see that person ever again. Okay. We'll watch Chud talk to Connor here in a second. Give me a second, though. I'm going to run and grab myself some water and maybe a little snack. All right? Grab myself some chips and we can watch this. How's that sound, folks? Default view. Okay. This guy doesn't like freedom of association. No, he likes freedom of association as long as you're beholden to the Communist Party of China. As long as you're beholden to the Communist state of China, you're allowed to do self-determination. Let me see.
Sent $5. Thank you very much. He says, "Did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news?" I don't care.
Yeah, the occupiers are not civilians. That is what it comes down to. Like, if imagine, like if
sorry, go on.
Germany, let's say Germany, to be non-controversial, invaded the United States, and they said, you know what, Cincinnati, Ohio is our ancestral home, and everyone knows that's blatantly false, but they take your home, they murder your grandma, they bulldoze like your neighbor's house. Are those people civilians there? No, they're occupiers, and those are criminals. Yeah. There are no civilians there in the illegal military occupation.
There are no civilians.
So that's number one, very beautifully put. Number two, much more
beautifully put.
The track record of Palestinians has been 1,000 times better than that of the Israeli occupation, despite the fact that Israeli occupation does not need to brutalize. They already have all the power. Yeah. But they still choose to do far worse. The worst that will happen to a person in Palestinian custody is that they're going to be like auctioned off for a prisoner swap, which is the historic track record also. Yeah. Sent $5. Thank you very much. He says,
they killed 1,200, 400 people, and then took a whole bunch of people hostage. America drained America's tanks. Let me look at this.
I'll just get that. This is the best way I've seen yet to get gas out of your tank.
Why? Okay. 1 second. Here, watch Hatsune Miku for like 2 seconds. I'm gonna grab my bag of chips. Please, holy shit. I linked a good video on Discord. Was it the one about Rim and... 1 second, let me look. Yeah, we watched that one on stream. All right. So Chud is upsetting Spaghetti at counterpoints. I think a little bit earlier.
Chud, do you think like a bunch of your fucking like audience, and I love Chud by the way, but do you think like a bunch of your fucking audience members like consume lolicon, which is why like you're not willing to fucking criticize it? Because like for me, it's like, dude, if you're looking at...
Is that, I don't know if that's...
When is Chud not upset? I don't think he's usually upset. I don't think that Chud's like the kind of person that's gonna like sit there and like be upsetty Spaghetti because someone got up, you know, shat on him or some shit. Because let's be real. Let's be real. A lot of people don't like Chud anymore, right? Because of spicy chat. So,
what Chud's issue is, I don't... Guys, have we got Lolly enjoys in chat? Anything Lolly enjoys in chat? I think Chud just has a baseline pro free speech.
I think there's an ethical conversation about whether drawing it and what, you know, whether you should be allowed to draw it or not, and whether drawing it is like causing harm or something, whether that's protected by speech, whether that's protected by art. That conversation I don't really care about. Like, you can have it if you want. I'm not really that bothered about that, because to me, whether or not it causes harm in drawing it, I would probably side more that it doesn't, because I don't think drawing a picture can cause harm. It's more about your consumption of it that's the problem, because it's indicative of some deeper issue, more than likely, that you probably need to be assessed by a psychiatrist or something. Like, I don't think you should just be going and openly jerking off to drawn images of children and not be taking any step to go, okay, there's something fucked up going on here, right? Because there probably is. And I just think when it comes to, you know, kids, you probably, it's better to have an abundance of caution with these things, rather than just kind of like engaging it and indulging it, you know? So yeah, I don't know. That's my take. I know some people are avid defenders of the concept of lolicon, some because they're pedos, some because they're not, some because it's about free speech, whatever. Sure, you can have whatever philosophical conversations you want about it. But for me, I personally just, if someone is like, you know, if someone's like, oh, yeah, I did it once or something, that's different. But when it's like you enjoy it and you continuously and regularly seek it out, that's different, right? I don't know. That's very different to me. That suggests that there's something there that's a bit deep-rooted than just, oh, I was feeling a bit spicy one time. It's still fucked. I don't know, man. Yeah, it's still fucked. But seeking it out is a problem. But anyway, my whole point is that, but for some reason, Counterpoint is acting like I'm just like, yeah, whatever, if you like lolicon, go nuts. But it's not true at all.
It's like which of your would morally whether or not, based off of that info, that I want to destigmatize.
What is man's talking about? Oh my god!
Is like deliberately drawn underage, you know, Japanese girls who are in provocative sexual scenarios, and she said that like, hey, I'm not, you know, attracted to children, but I do consume this as my pornographic diet because it aligns with some of my tastes in petite women and sub-dom play and like all that kind of shit. And I want to destigmatize, you know, maybe not consumption of lolicon, but I want to destigmatize XYZ about pedophilia in order to make, you know, people...
It's a very nice way of putting it, I'll say that.
...have either POCD, which is pedophilic obsessive compulsive disorder, where you obsess over the fact over whether or not you're dangerous to children, but you actually aren't, and pedophiles because I want to make society better or whatever. Chud said that based off of that information, he would no longer be participating in her panels and also would not hold it agagainst any other creators if they stopped associating with food shops. But that he was not going to make a firm critique about...
Oh, there's way too much about this shit. This DJ shit has a bad who worked in school. What is this guy doing at this time? Like, is he watching my videos? Like, I don't even know, dude. Oh, man.
Whether or not the consumption of lolicon was like something that he would morally object to.
all right, is that it? That's the part that he got mad about?
I hate, do you know what I hate? Is this kind of like moral objection framing as well. Like, you know, oh, I morally object to something. Okay, like to me, that's kind of the least compelling part.
Okay,
I don't
skip
with that person, and I'm not gonna...
So, not what
your take on lolicon? Sorry about that. It's a medical thing. So
okay, right. Let me just ask a question
ask
again.
your question
Okay.
directly, and I'll try to answer it directly.
So, not what
Your
did you-
take on lolicon?
Yeah, how did you present it on stream the other day? What did you say?
Okay, my perception of your take on lolicon, what I believe I said before, is the fact that you seemed ambivalent. So when you were having you were talking about the food shops drama.
People like food are harmful to short stacks. Fucking true. All right, fucking true. We love short stacks here. All right, not lolicon, because lolicon, in my opinion, a little bit pedophilic. A little bit pedophilic. Short stacks, on the other hand, no.
You were saying,
good.
I am going to actively choose not to associate with this person.
Yeah.
If somebody asks me about it, I am going to tell them that, what's going on. That way they can make an educated choice about whether or not they want to associate with that person. And I'm not going to moral frog about it, but it's not something that I'm going to deal with.
Okay. And
is that not accurate?
I'm so sorry. My family is insane on the short stack women and baseball bat men. What is a baseball bat man? Just a guy who owns a baseball bat? Is there a certain look that is associated with baseball bat men? What the fuck does that mean? Baseball bat men. All women are under 5 foot and all men are over 6'5". All right. What does that have to do with baseball bats?
Well, there's another aspect I think that you're missing from this. Okay,
well, it was from a clip from one of your opponents, so I'm not surprised.
Okay, so let me get this straight. You looked at a clip in another video, and then you saw fit to go on your stream and give this kind of comment about what I thought about things, even though you'd only seen the clip.
Yep, and you and Queenman are the same person, so yeah, I conflated your perspectives together.
Okay, I mean that sounds like something Hassan would do. I'm assuming you're kind of critical of Hassan for his kind of instincts.
Do you think I'm serious when I literally say that you and Queenman are the same person?
No, I'm talking about your basing a comment, which is about a fairly serious topic on a short clip that you've seen of me, and you've made.
Well, I would love to hear your lolicon. Well, let's see how much we align. What's your lolicon take?
Well, I would have thought you'd have known a lot more closely, considering
a baseball bat does not have a rounder mid. A baseball bat is going to be, round at the top and then be relatively the same going down until you get to the base where they got feet. I've never seen a man with this, phenotype. I've never seen, are they bald-headed and tall and skinny? A baseball bat, what kind of rounder mid are you talking about? No baseball bat has a rounder mid.
when you were speaking about it on stream.
Your exact, this is kind of funny because your exact response to this entire drama was who mega lol.
Yes.
So do you know? Have you been tracking the drama? Have you been watching the content?
Yeah, I've got a fairly good grasp on what's happened.
Okay, I watched 11 hours of content, but if I let's go ahead and let's.
Listen. All I'm going to say, mate, is
let's humor your perspective. Let's humor your perspective. If I wanted to find Chud Logic's take on Lolicon, do you have a dedicated video?
No, it was never turned into a dedicated.
If I go to Google.com and I type in Chud Logic's perspective on Lolicon, do you think I'll find something?
No, but what I'm saying is,
I'm sorry, I'm going to get triggered. No, there's no baseball bat in the history of humankind that has a rounder mid. Are you talking about this? Something I've never seen before? Just find an example of a baseball bat man and then DM them to me on Discord.
Okay, so how would I research it? If you're comparing me to Hassan, then how would I have researched Chud Logic's perspective on Lolicon besides the clips that I saw?
Well, I'm not saying that you've got to research it, but I'm saying that before you go on stream and say,
you just said, aren't you critical? Sorry, go ahead. And by the way, I'm sparring because you came in a little sparry, a little jabby, so I'm jabbing back.
That's fine,
all
because I'm annoyed with you. Let me explain it to you. So what you said was that I'm not willing to make a firm critique about whether or not consumption of lolicon would be something I'd morally object to. And then you said I wouldn't associate it with it for whatever fucking reason, acting like it was completely impossible to figure out why I might not want to associate with it. And then you went on to say that I think people in my audience consume lolicon, and that's why I'm unwilling to criticize it.
That might have been a little bit of a jump, but I can rationalize it. So,
okay, well, don't rationalize it yet. All I'm saying is that the fact that you were willing to make these claims about my views without meaningfully finding out about it is insane. And you don't even have to research it.
Are you not a content nihilist?
What do you mean? What does that got to do with anything? Even
you
if I
have
am.
said 10,000 fucking times over and over and over and over again that you don't give a fuck about any of this shit. You don't think that it actually impacts anybody's lives meaningfully, that the opinion...
Hold on. I'm not taking it too autistically. When I describe someone's body in a, let me be clear, usually mean way, if I'm talking about someone having like a goblin body, there's some people that have goblin bodies. I'm usually thinking of this bitch. People who have very round and like short fucking bodies, but long ass, skinny ass limbs. Goblin body. We all have seen someone that looks like they have goblin body. If I say short stack, that gives you an immediate fucking thought in your brain. Ah, yeah, short stack. The patrician's taste. But when you say baseball Batman, that doesn't elicit any thought in my head, except for like Homer Simpson if he had lost like fucking 85 fucking pounds in one day. The males have elongated goblin bodies. So they're like a cylinder with a rounded top straight down, but then they have long ass arms and legs. Fucking they look like a fucking pill with arms and legs. More reverse conical? Okay, you're making this way more. Okay,
memes espoused on Twitch and YouTube politics is a bunch of fucking intellectual jagoffs fucking jerking each other off, and the only thing that is worthwhile taking out of it is the drama between personalities, and that this actually doesn't affect anybody at all. I've heard that 10,000 times from you, and I've heard it echoed from Queeman almost verbatim.
Okay, I don't give a shit about what Queeman's perspective is on this. This is about my perspective. Okay.
Yeah, which is funny because that's like it kind of feeds back into the content nihilism. But I'll happily listen to what you got to say.
Do you think that when I talk about the fact that I'm skeptical about the gains politically that can come from this space and stuff like that, do you think that I'm saying you can just say whatever the fuck you want about what someone said, even if it's inaccurate? Do you think that's what I mean?
No, I think you're saying that it doesn't matter.
Well, okay, but even if it doesn't matter, right, in terms of like achieving a political goal or some greater thing happening, do you not think it's like fairly reasonable that I'm a bit annoyed that you've made a comment about lolicon when I'm a father and acted like I'm ambivalent towards it and that I'm unwilling to criticize because people in my audience consume it? That's like fairly reasonable to be annoyed about, even if I'm a content nihilist, as you claim, surely.
Well, you can be more than, you can be more than annoyed about it, but that's the whole point, is I say something, you're fucking annoyed by it, we fucking hash it out.
Okay, I just think that, I would do the courtesy if I was going to comment on your opinion on something, I would try my best to show what you say about it specifically or accurately relay what you think. And I just feel like you've not done that to me.
Yeah, can I show?
Well, it exists. I mean, obviously, it's not an edited video. It was on a stream somewhere. I didn't even know where it was to make.
No. I'm not even talking about that clip. I'm talking about like whether or not the reason why I thought your ambivalence stemmed from not wanting to moral frog to your audience that might piss some of them off.
Okay, the thing is, you're misunderstanding like the reason that I may have seemed ambivalent, or I said something along the lines of "I'm not the moral police."
And I substantiate that some people in your audience might consume lolicon.
Well, I can accept that. It's true. Sure, of course. But I don't know how you get to the idea that I'm willing to criticize it.
I can proudly say,
especially because I did criticize.
I can proudly say, no one in my audience watches lolicon. I'll proudly say that. Partly because my audience is so small that if any of you guys did like lolicon, someone would have fucking said some shit by now, all right? One of you disgusting fucking freaks would have said some shit by now.
But even if I hadn't, the idea that because
okay, so let's get there, because I haven't seen that myself. I've seen your content nihilism. I've seen somebody who came out of your community who was echoing your content nihilism. I was also seeing them saying that they weren't going to moral frog about lolicon because ultimately they don't care and they're ambivalent about it and they don't give a fuck. And then I saw that paired with one of your clips that's basically saying like, listen, I'm not going to associate with it, but if somebody else does, I'm not really going to morally condemn them. I'm not going to freak out about it, whatever. And then on top of that, the
By the way, I'm going to have to step away from stream in about 15-ish minutes, I think. My brother is coming by to pick up something that he left at my house. So I'll have to pause the stream for like 5 minutes and about 15 minutes, just so everyone knows.
Allegation from that person, you know, who rightly or wrongly I'm associating with you, is the fact that there are diehard prudish, hold on.
Okay, go on.
There are diehard prudish people in Spicy Chat who are taking a huge shit on food shops because they think that lolicon is degenerate child pornography. And then there's other people who are like, I don't see what the big deal is. And those are active parts of your community.
But wait. Someone thinking it's not a big deal is different to someone who is actually consuming lolicon. Someone can think it's not a big deal and not be in any way pedo. They just got a different perspective on it, you know? But you said that people in my audience consume lolicon, and that's why I'm not willing to criticize it.
Yeah, I would say that if you spend, because my instinct, I'll just tell you my instinct, even though I haven't done it. I've been touching this, or I haven't been touching this drama with a fucking 10-foot pole, because ultimately if retarded degenerate Twitch and YouTube poll fucking streamers do retarded degenerate shit, that's a fucking Tuesday, right? So like why, you know, I'm not going to freak out about the entirety of the situation. But if I was to be involved in this situation, I would go on a 5 to, and I thought about doing this, I just didn't want to make the situation worse. I would go on a 5 to 20 minute tirade articulating why I think that there isn't that much of a moral difference between lolicon and actual CP. Maybe there is in the harm done in the production of it, but the production of it and the consumption of it and the promotion of it and the normalization of it, I view as a gross social harm and an overstepping of progressive liberal live and let live fucking bullshit. And basically, this is the kind of shit that makes me want.
I'm kind of in between on this. Like, again, like I don't think that lolicon is a good thing. I don't think that lolicon is a normal thing. I think that if you consume lolicon on a regular basis, there's probably some underlying, like, you know, desire for some underage looking child. That's my opinion on it. Where's this one go? That one goes there. Okay, I know where those two go now. Jesus. I want to battle every trainer in here and just like level up for a second. So I don't think that there's any like good, I don't think there's anything good that comes out of lolicon. I don't know what the, I don't know how we would ban lolicon, right? Either the production or the consumption of it. I don't know. It seems like there might be a lot of like freedom of speech arguments for it that I'm not like super happy with, but like that's just like kind of the way of the world. Canada does have a ban. Oh, well, you know what? Well, I'm specifically talking about like America's oh shit. Does that mean that other one was a trainer and I just didn't know it? Nope. So it's possible. It's just like I don't know like what the First Amendment implications of it are. So I don't think I can confidently speak on it, right? Oh shit, well there we go. Well, that's how we get there. I am not ready to fight you yet, lady. Canada's definition is pretty broad. Yeah, so like I don't know. I would have to like really think about it, but I also don't really want to really think about it because it's fucking child porn. And it's just not something that I'm like super interested in doing deep dives into. So yeah, but like it feels like if you do it, if you're actively seeking out lolicon, you're probably a little bit fucking weird. Okay? You're probably a little bit fucking weird. Probably a little something going on there that would make me uncomfortable. Right? But at the same time, like I feel like there's probably some First Amendment stuff that could be brought up with that I'm not sure if I would want to happen. So It feels like if you needed to use a proxy, it'd be rape. Yeah. But I don't know if there are a lot of people that have rape fantasies, right? Are we comfortable saying that there are that many people who have rape fantasies are like potential rapists in the future? Are we comfortable with that? I'm not 1,000% sure. I also don't think that I'm like ultra comfortable saying that everyone who is into lolicon is a pedophile, but like everything with psychology, there's going to be some range, right? Some percentage, right? Like some people have ADHD, right? And they can get by in life just fine. Some people have ADHD and they can't get by just fine, right? Look at me. I cannot get by just fine. So that's what I'm more speaking to. Oh fuck, I'm such a fucking retard. Okay, I guess I've taken on all the people. Women statistically watch non-con the most. I wouldn't use that to say they want to be IRL raped. Yeah. But they might be more likely to want to role play that, right? And if they're more likely to want to role play that, especially when we're looking at men. Now, sorry, I'm going to be a little bit, anti-man for a second. Men have the ability to actually enact, power dynamics in a way that women usually aren't. Oh, wait, it wasn't that one. Are we ready to fight Flannery? I don't think we are. Let's heal up and then we'll see if we can fight Flannery. All right, before I fight Flannery, remember guys, there is the mulligan rule. The first Pokemon that dies, I got a mulligan on, and the first gym leader I lose to will also be a mulligan. So, if I lose to Flannery once, I can try one more time. God, I hate fucking stupid ass puzzles like this because I do not care to actually memorize the actual fucking pattern. Is this one. And then it's this one. And then it's this one. No, it's not that one. Fuck. 1 second. Before I continue, let me get to Flannery. Keyboard is not nearly as responsive as a fucking Game Boy Advance. I tried the left one last time, right? Here we are. Okay. What was I about to say? Oh yeah, men have like the actual ability to enact these like more like hardcore like rape fantasies or some shit like that, whereas women don't. So I don't think even if women are the biggest consumers of rape porn, that they're able to enact that in the same way, right? However, I feel like if there's a woman who watches a lot of Shotokan and she's a teacher, I would be really, really unbelievably sus about that person. I would be incredibly fucking sus on that person. Right? It's all about like the person themselves, who like what they do right? Like in terms of like their job, or like if they're around children, or, you know, like if you're a man and you have like this like rape fantasy, but like you can't find a girl that wants to be, you can't find a girl that wants to do it with you. But you still have this like extreme rape fantasy. You might actually like go through with that in a way that like a woman could never go through with a rape fantasy like that, you know? Well, when you constantly fast forward, kill yourself. All right, loser? Fuck you. I'm impatient. All right. I'm ADHD. I'm impatient. I have a life to live. All right. I don't want to spend 5,000 hours walking around the fucking gym. It's only for this first run, right? Yes. Because the next run I'm going to do is Legacy Crystal, or Crystal Legacy, which is like a difficulty spike. Like it's a ROM hack that has like extreme difficulty levels and like trainer AIs that are actually fucking hard, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. With lolly shit, you are desensitizing yourself to it, and becoming being a teacher provides ample opportunity, which is where most SA to kids comes from. It's opportunity alone. Yeah, like the opportunity is like what I'm speaking to here. If you're just like a regular person, you like haven't seen a child in like 18 years because you're just like grinding away at the office and you never leave your fucking home because you're too busy fucking jerking into Lolita and fucking playing Overwatch, then I'm not like that concerned about you, right? But if you're a like teacher or someone that might be around children sometimes, like it's just like increasing the possibility that something bad happens, you know? Sir, this is a Wendy's. Oh shit, am I at the wrong gym? Fuck.
Want to go side with Christian nationalists. And if I was creating the content, that's what I would say. So
Okay.
you and
Well,
I
let me ask you this. Let's say
the same thing.
Let's say that instead of doing what I did, let's say if I'd have said that I think even if it doesn't cause a harm, consuming it is bad because you're potentially a pedophile and you should seek help. If I'd have said,
okay, also to like in defense of Chud, also like this is not just normal. This is not normal. What do you call it? This is not like a normal level of. Okay. Oh shit. Come on, hit. Come on, hit. There we go, bitch. I think he can tank something. Oh, cool. Bitch. Hold on. Let me see if I can kill this fucking loser. Ooh, that hurt. Oh, this might be a wipe actually, guys. Because I think Torkoal's like a bad motherfucker. Oh, never mind. Man, all these fucking Nuzlocke fucking YouTubers make this shit seem so fucking hard, and I'm just blasting through it, dude. Oh, thank fucking God. Jesus Christ, that scared the fucking shit out of me, bro. I thought I was gonna have to fight the fucking rival immediately after a fucking gym battle. God damn it, fuck. Okay, I actually... I thought I was about to fucking lose everything, dude. Fuck my life. Isn't Spicy Chat a flying type? Yeah, well, that's why I sent Spicy Chat out, because Torkoal is also ground or rock type or some shit, right? Okay, what was I saying? Oh, Connor is like content fucking, or like policing his language like a motherfucker. All right, I told you guys that I was gonna have to pause stream for a couple of seconds, because my brother needs to pick something up. It's time. So give me just a couple of seconds. Here, I'll give you guys something to chew on. Okay, here. What should I give you guys to chew on? What can I give you guys to chew on here? Blah 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 blah. All right, we're back. Holy shit. I sprinted, dude. Fuck. Out of fucking breath. Okay, let's see here. Back to where we were at.
Would that be acceptable?
No, it wouldn't, because
Right, okay.
what I would say, yeah, because basically you're saying that it's not producing a harm if it's just like created in the
No, stop.
Uh-huh.
When I say it's not producing a harm, what I mean by that is you drawing an image is not harming a child. However, you consuming it, you're indulging in a like pedophilic tendency potentially, is a sign of a deeper issue, and you should seek assistance.
I'm going deeper than that. So what I would say,
right?
What I would say
you want
is,
me to do it, but with more moral outrage? Oh, it's bad, guys. It's really bad. That's basically what you're asking for. I did all that stuff that I just said, by the way. Right. So you're asking me to soy nod about it, essentially, to go, yep, it's very bad, guys. Okay.
Yes.
Well,
that's what I'm asking for.
So
Okay.
you want to signal trite sentiments of obvious virtue, to the audience.
Obvious virtue. It's obvious now.
What do you mean? Yeah, of course. Of course it's obvious.
We're not swimming in like a fucking degenerate moral morass of fucking assholes who are pretending that this shit is like normal and okay. And by the way, but because I had this like fucking thought 20 seconds ago and we didn't get to finish it. I think the mere production of it, even if let's say not you, but let's use a hypothetical person, a hypothetical person, if they have even an inkling of a pedophilic instinct, and they draw that in their fucking attic by themselves, and then they just produce it, and they look at it, and they get turned on. I'm viewing that person as causing a harm to themselves.
But wait,
because they're indulging in something that is fucking abnormal, gross, weird, sexual shit.
But then I'm covering that. But wait, you can keep ranting if you want, but I've already covered that, haven't I? I've said if you consume it, that's the problem, right?
I'm not talking about consumption, I'm talking about production.
Okay, but here's the thing. You can produce that content as long as you don't distribute it and it sits on your desk and you're not aroused by it, nothing's happened. I think it's... Okay, so someone has drawn a picture, they're not aroused by it, they're not consuming it, it's sat on a desk. Why the fuck would you draw a picture of a fucking kid in a sexual situation if you weren't aroused by it? Well, it doesn't matter why, they've done it. That's not about why they're doing it, it's to say...
Does this hypothetical person exist?
Well, it doesn't matter. All I'm saying is...
It does matter.
Well, of course, potentially someone could sit there, they could draw a picture of Lolicon and have it on their desk and not do anything with it, not distribute it, not look at it, not consume it, and not be turned on by it. That could happen, absolutely.
And no harm... Okay, and hold on.
So where's the harm then?
This is one of those things that like you'll see a huge split in people who are like left-leaning versus right-leaning people being able to engage in these kinds of hypotheticals. Because like, and I think that they're not like, I don't think that they're equally valid, but they're both like valid to a certain extent, right? Like Connor is saying, does this hypothetical even exist in the real world? Could this even happen? Right? He's rejecting the hypothetical because it doesn't seem like it's something that could actually happen. Right? And Chud is saying, oh, yeah, I mean, like, it's possible, right, that someone just draws it, right? They're just I was about to say an artistic, but they're an autistic art person who just loves drawing all kinds of art, and they draw a lolicon manga or whatever the fuck, hentai, and because they drew that, they're done with it. Now it's just on their desk. They're not distributing it to everyone or distributing it to anyone. They're not turned on by it. That doesn't mean that they're like a pedophile, right? And in that hypothetical, like, yeah, technically you're right. Technically you're right. It doesn't mean that you're a pedophile. But from Connor's perspective, yeah, you're probably pretty close to being a pedophile, if not a pedophile, if you're even wanting to draw it or whatever the fuck, right? I've watched the Destiny arc, so I'm on this, so I'm solid. What was the Destiny arc on this? I mean, for me, again, like, I think it's really unbelievably fucking sussy, right? I think it's super fucking sussy. But those hypotheticals possibly existing, do make me think, like, is there a possibility that someone isn't a pedophile and that this shouldn't be banned? Possibly. But seems kind of super fucking unbelievably sus if you're going to do that sort of thing. A more realistic version is, so Japanese dude draws a 16-year-old and that isn't lolicon to him, but here in the West that is lolicon. Would it be? I don't know. Or you can argue an artist makes some art, then take a step back and realize that other people would use it in nefarious ways, so they don't publish it. Yeah, that's I would probably agree with Tron on that one. More than, do I call you Esoliken? Like, your name on Twitch versus YouTube is way different. So, do I call you Kame or do I call you Esoliken? I don't know. I know I've asked you that before, but I always forget.
Okay, so hold on. You're describing this a hypothetical that I think is wildly disconnected from reality.
How?
So there's a human being.
People draw things all the time that they don't do anything with it. They're not aroused by it. They don't distribute it. It sits on their desk. Maybe gets thrown away. Maybe gets burned. This happens all the time.
Okay, so I just want to, and this is my beef. So I'm happy we got to it. So there's a hypothetical human being out of the 7 billion human beings that exist on the world. They decide randomly one day to draw a picture of a child in a sexual situation, and they had no inkling, no inspiration. They're not indulging in any of their interests. They're not indulging in any of their own sexual temptations. They just create it out of the ether for no fucking reason.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there's people that draw images of extreme violence that are not like a violent person, and they're not like.
And you don't think that they're not indulging or reinforcing a certain part of their brain?
Possibly, and maybe that's worth considering. But I think that that's very different to consuming it and being sexually aroused by it.
Okay, hold on, because this is what I hear when you say this. Okay,
yeah.
Is I hear you giving a plausible moral vacuum for people to like it's like Max, right? Like Max Carson, where he's like, I can think whatever I want to think, and you can't fucking control it. I don't agree with that. I think that like thought in and of itself, through like neuroplasticity, in the reinforcement of ideas through thinking about things, you reinforce different parts of your brain. So if you what is this based on? What are you basing this idea? You know, it's fine to talk about principles, but you're talking about the brain being affected. What are you basing? Okay, what is that based on exactly? The concept of neuroplasticity. That basically, when you think about something and you reinforce that thought process over and over again, it becomes a stronger part of your brain.
Okay. I mean, I guess I could understand that if you're talking about jerking off to it and being sexually aroused by it. I just don't think that drawing it in and of itself is the problem. It's the arousal.
I think you're wrong, and I think that's a beef, and I think you're creating a moral niche in which somebody could say, well, I heard Chud, talking about it the other day. I'm not really drawing this because I'm a fucking pedo and I'm interested in like looking at like naked kids' vaginas. So I'm going to draw a fucking 9-year-old girl who's fucking naked getting railed by some fucking dude. I'm not really into this shit. I'm just making it because it's popping up into my head and it has no effect on me whatsoever. There's no moral consequence to me doing this thing because I'm drawing it in attic and eventually I'll just throw it away and it's not going to affect anybody whatsoever. I disagree with that. I think it's wrong. And I think that there's people who are in your audience who you would lose if you made a strong statement to that effect.
Right, okay. But the thing is, we clearly
I don't think that Chud is scared of losing. I don't think that Chud is scared of losing any viewers over any of this, dude. I don't think that it's like that whatsoever. Feels like the statement that Chud made. Well, hold on, Nair, can you find me the clip of Chud talking about food shops, or the video of it? I don't know if he made it into a video. I think he said just a minute ago that it never made it to a full, like a by itself video on his channel. But Generation 3. Oh man, we really don't want a sand shrew. But yeah, a lot of people are super virtue signaling if they don't actually believe this. Say any character under 18 depicted sexually is lolly shoda. I literally don't. I don't understand because of the commas. The commas change that sentence so many different ways. I mean, then you fall into the 1,000-year vampire exception. I think a lolly is someone who looks like a lolly, regardless of canon or age. True. Yes, 100%. Right? If you take the Lolita or lolicon character and then you make them look like an adult, that's different. But if you're drawing them as a lolicon person into a sexual position, you're drawing a child porn, in my opinion. But yeah, my take is I don't think that Chud is scared of losing his audience to like his lolicon audience. I don't think that Chud is that audience captured whatsoever. I would say that Chud is probably one of the least audience captured people in the space. Like, he was super tied with Destiny for a very long time. And then what happened? Him and Destiny got into a huge, no, they didn't get into a fight on stream or anything. But like, Destiny doesn't want to interact with Chud on stream because he's associated with DK, and DK was obsessed with Destiny's like sex life in Destiny's view. So that makes it to where Destiny doesn't want to interact with Chud. If Chud was that audience captured, he probably would have had to like distance himself from DK or told DK to calm down, but he never did. But it does commit. Oh, hold on. But it does commit me to the opposite position where a woman is someone who looks like a woman. I mean, kind of, yeah. Got it. The meme exists because they use the age to excuse the appearance, for which drawings is what, which for drawings is what matters mostly. Yeah.
Disagree on this, but you're saying that I'm not calling it out because I'm unwilling to criticize it, when my criticism is rooted in the idea that consuming it is the problem, and if you're consuming it, you should seek assistance, rather than just the act of drawing it in and of itself, which I don't personally think causes harm.
Okay, I think that your hypothetical human being who draws child pornography for no other iteration besides having ethereal, like passive thoughts in their mind that they just want to draw down, I don't think that person exists. I think that if you were to extrapolate this out to violence, then we could literally walk down how people engage in violence recreationally, and it reinforces different parts of their brain, and it's not going to be this like ethereal thing
but
that
there's an
doesn't
engagement in
affect
violence
people.
recreationally. I'm just talking about someone drawing something, and I feel like you're super honing in on this to bring out this broad point, where my basic principle is that the act of drawing something, of drawing anything, in and of itself, does not directly cause like a harm. If you want to agree, I'd
even
agree.
Even to the artist who's producing it.
I don't think so. No, I don't believe so. I think if they're aroused,
I think you're wrong based off of I think you're wrong based off of neuroplasticity. I think you're wrong.
Okay. I mean, I don't know much about this neuroplasticity thing, so.
Wait, what the fuck did he just say? Wait, what does neuroplasticity have to do with this?
Doing something, and I feel like you're super honing
in violence recreationally, and it reinforces different parts of their brain, and it's not going to be this like ethereal thing
but there's
that
an
doesn't
engagement in
affect
violence
people.
recreationally. I'm just talking about someone drawing something, and I feel like you're super honing in on this to bring out this broad point, where my basic principle is that the act of drawing something, of drawing anything, in and of itself, does not directly cause like a harm. If you want to agree, I'd agree.
Even to the artist who's producing it.
I don't think so. No, I don't believe so. I think if they're aroused,
I think you're wrong based off of I think you're wrong based off of neuroplasticity. I think you're wrong.
Based off of what does he think neuroplasticity? The ability of the nervous system to change its activity in response to intrinsic or extrinsic stimuli by reorganizing its structure functions. Okay, it's just the way that he said it. You're wrong based off of neuroplasticity. Okay. That was a really fucking weird way to fucking... I know what he's trying to say. He's saying, like, well, because people's brains are plastic, meaning they can be, changed over time, or... Yeah, I know what he's trying to say. But just the way he said it was so fucking weird that it fucking threw me way the fuck off, dude.
Okay. I mean, I don't know much about this neuroplasticity thing, so it's something I'd have to look into.
It's literally just whatever you think you're going to reinforce into your own brain.
Right. Okay.
No.
You are not disconnected. You are not a noose. You are not a spirit. You are not some.
That's not what neuroplasticity means. It means that you're still affected. Like, you don't stop developing in your brain after you're born. Right? Your brain is plastic. You can still learn stuff. You can still be affected by stuff. Right? This is why you can. You can. I was about to say catch PTSD. You can. You can become someone affected by PTSD after a traumatic experience. That's the best way I can word that right now. But like, that's what it means to be like neuroplastic. Like you can. Oh shit! I didn't want to do that. Okay, Mirage Tower. What is in Mirage Tower? Is that what that's called? Mirage Tower? Mirage Tower. What are the encounters in Mirage Tower? Okay, I can almost guarantee I really want a trap hinge. %. Fuck. I really don't want a ball toy. Hey, are there any Pokemon nerds in chat? Is ball toy a good catch? I don't want Cacnea. I've heard bad things about Cacnea. But I really want a Trapinch. Because I've never had the his evolved form. Which is what? What was it? Flygon. Never had a Flygon. Cacnea is a James Pokemon? Like the Team Rocket guy?
Floating ethereal collection of ideas. You are hardwiring attached to a biological machine, and that biological machine reproduces and reinforces itself based off of what you do and what you think.
Okay. I mean, have you got any material to look at that I can look at this further to kind of back up?
Sure. I mean,
drawing a picture of something reinforces something in your brain that leads you. I mean, okay. I guess the question would be this. So let's say we agree on this idea of this neuroplasticity thing, and it reinforces something in your brain. Someone draws the picture. They're not aroused by it. They're not turned on by it. They then throw it away. Say, what's the issue?
I would say
that's next.
I would say that's like a minimum. That's on the scale of potential negative shit that can happen to human beings.
He's saying that if you do something, it becomes part of you. Yes. Which I don't think that's necessarily the case.
When it relates to naked children, that is on the scale of sin or crime or whatever. This is a 0.1 sin or harm. And then, of course, the next one would probably be like a 3, which would be drawing it, getting aroused by it, and destroying it.
So if I'm getting
5, we're gonna try him.
Yep.
If I'm getting this straight, you're concerned with my comment. Bearing in mind that I said if you consume it and you're turned on by it, it's likely you've got psychiatric needs. You need to get that help with that. But what I should
which
have
is
said,
also not strong enough for me. But
so what I should have said is also don't draw it because it might at a 0.1 level reinforce something in your brain, and that needs a strong moral condemnation in your opinion.
Yeah, it's like smoking a little bit of meth. You just don't fucking start. Or you're doing a little bit of coke, or doing a little bit of fucking ecstasy or some shit. Like, although I get people fucking like ecstasy. But the point is,
no, those are not. I don't think ecstasy is like you. I don't think you. Well, actually, I don't know. Can you become chemically dependent on? Can you become chemically dependent on ecstasy? Like coke, you can become crack. You can become heroin. All these you could be chemically dependent on. There's a chemical in your brain that is now like dependent on getting that hit of that drug. I don't think it's the same for like seeing something, right? I don't think that you are. I don't think that you become. I don't think neuroplasticity plays into in the way that he's thinking any kind of like sexual thing, you know?
Is you don't go down that fucking road, and if anything, you carve out that piece of road as a no-go zone, and you say, fuck that. That's a bad part of humanity. It's a part of humanity that we should leave in the past. It's a part of humanity that should be shunned at all possible opportunities. And I'm not going to indulge in any kind of a apologia for it. Yeah, absolutely. And then also, what I would say too, part of my objection, maybe this isn't a part of the original argument, but another part of my objection is you're like, oh yeah, well, and if you consume it, go get fucking psychiatric here. No, like, yeah, go get psychiatric help, but shut down that part of your fucking brain. Kill that fucking part of yourself. Destroy it. Burn it in fire. Shut it the fuck down.
So yeah, this is insane. Like that's the point of saying go just get psychiatric help.
Okay.
Like you can't just.
Do you think fucking psychiatrists tell you to fucking annihilate like different parts of yourself?
Okay,
this is all conservative thought.
How do you annihilate something in your brain? Explain that to me. So let's say that I've done this. Okay, actually let's use a real example. Food Shops is there. Okay, they've consumed it, and they need to destroy that part in their brain. What's the steps of the process which you go through to do that?
Then literally they go see the psychotherapist or psychiatrist or whatever in order to help them out with their OCD or POCD or whatever the fuck. They get on their fucking meds or whatever.
Name my Shanshrew, please. Best response gets to name him.
In order to get themselves stable psychologically, they make a promise to themselves that they're not going to consume this content whatsoever for the rest of their fucking lives. And then they use friends and family, like trusted friends and family, because obviously a lot of people are going to shun you for doing this. But you find a trusted friend or family in order to hold you accountable. You say, listen, I fucked up. I did this terrible thing. I don't want to repeat this process. I'm trying to destroy this part of myself. If I fuck up, I want to be able to tell you about it and confide in you because I want to eliminate this part of myself. And then also going back to neuroplasticity and reinforcing the brain through pattern and energy and exercise and all that kind of stuff is that if you don't use it, you lose it. So I'm not saying that you wouldn't have like let's say that you're a pedophile or like you're a non-offending pedophile or you're a fucking lolicon consumer or some shit like that. But by not indulging in it, over time, that part of your body is going to become weaker and weaker and weaker. And then also, God forbid you have fucking children. Let's say that you try to live a normal life outside of this shit and then you have children. I don't know exactly how like
I don't even know
genetics
if I have enough words for that.
Epigenetics works where like, sometimes environmental switches go off and all that kind of shit. But I have to assume that the person who reinforces for a lifetime their pedophilic impulses versus the person who neglects their pedophilic impulses for a lifetime, then the person who neglects their pedophilic impulses will have less likely of a chance of passing that on.
Well, wait a second. So hang on a minute. By like neglect pedophilic impulses, I mean, you're talking about switching off that part of the brain. To me, that would be like, don't go and indulge in that kind of content.
Okay, it's really fucked up. It's really fucked up that like I'm trying to name the sand shrew. We're listening to someone, two people argue about lolicon. And then you're bringing up dead children. They're talking about fucking children. You're talking about dead children. This needs to stop. Okay, I need a. You not Columbia. You mean Columbine? I know what you're going for, Mango. Okay, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing any streamer names. Okay. Not a video. Yeah, that's been this entire stream, hasn't it? Fuck. What is a good name for this guy? Fuck me.
Wonderful. I said you shouldn't do.
How do I make money?
Columbo.
So, yeah, I wouldn't even carve out the fucking. I wouldn't carve out the fucking.
I don't hate Columbo.
Like you can produce it, just don't consume it, and if you don't get turned on, you're fine. I wouldn't create that. I wouldn't create any moral ambiguity about that.
Wait. When did I say like? I don't think I'm saying like you can produce it.
By the way, listen. We have low viewership day because my stream died fucking 4 times. All right. But we should get more subscribers, all right? You guys watch me all the fucking time, all right? And I've never really, I shill, but I never expect anything from you guys. I'm going to start fucking expecting something from you guys, all right? I have fucking overhead now for streaming because I'm paying the fucking editor, all right? Tron now has full license to bully you guys if you guys don't join as a member on YouTube. He now has full license to bully you guys if you guys don't sub on fucking Kick, all right? I have to fucking pay my editor, and I have to get fucking Christmas gifts, all right? You talking to ESO? What? Oh, ESO.
It's time to stop!
True. You can have my Twitch sub? Yeah, by the way, I've tried for the past, 3 days to get an unban from Twitch, and it won't let me log in. It won't let me change my password. It won't let me do anything. And I don't know how to rectify that. So if anyone has an idea of how I can do that, please let me know. I have no fucking clue. Who? 1 second. Who is... Okay, well, I guess I shouldn't blow them up if I don't know who they are.
Or it's like a good thing to produce it. I'm just highlighting that in my perspective, the drawing it isn't the issue. Obviously, we disagree on that. You've got this neuroplasticity thing. I don't know how accurate that is to what I'm talking about. But
even think about that. Think about that. There's a teenager. Okay, let's say that there's a 13-year-old Chud viewer fan. Okay, the bullied gay kid who wants your signature because they have fucking cancer or whatever. They're fucking watching Chud Logic, and then they have some random fucking lolicon impulses or whatever. They see some fucking douchebag on Discord fucking talking about it, and then they hear that their favorite fucking person, Chud Logic, doesn't give a fuck about whether or not they draw it. They just care whether or not they fucking get erect from it, and then they're fucking oh well, fuck it, I'll just draw some fucking naked kids. What the fuck? Why would you just
you're putting a lot in this idea? I don't give a fuck about someone drawing it. Okay, I'm just saying.
Isn't that not what you just said?
No, I don't think I've ever said I don't give a fuck about someone drawing it, like as in it's a completely irrelevant thing. I'm just saying that the act of drawing it in and of itself, presuming no attraction or arousal, is not necessarily an issue, right? I'm not sat here going, oh yeah, go and draw lolicon if you want. Like if you were to ask me, I would say yeah, probably best to avoid even drawing it just to be on the safe side. But I don't think that's the issue really. The issue is the fact that you're consuming it and getting aroused by it. You're focusing in on this statement when my position on the drawing of it is more of like a free speech concept that just drawing something in and of itself isn't a problem.
Yeah. Yeah, this is one of the things that makes me more conservative than you. Yeah, I think you're wrong.
Okay, well that's fine. But
I don't think it's neutral.
It's quite clear that then there's a disagreement fundamentally with our view on this, which is fine. You coming at it from a more maybe Christian conservative ethical perspective or whatever. I don't know what the fucking classification is. But you're putting it on me that I'm worried about calling it out because I'm scared of my audience consuming lolicon and I don't want to call it out for that reason when that clearly isn't the case.
Well, let me position that a little bit differently, okay? So I don't think that you're typically afraid of going to war with your audience, right? I also don't think that you're scared of banning people, right? If somebody's being a douchebag, if somebody's being an asshole, if they're overly criticizing you, if they're telling you to do less commentary or more commentary or whatever, I've seen you get pissed off in a fucking fit and be like, fuck you, get the fuck out of my fucking place. As a matter of fact, I'll go ahead and help you out. Up there's an X in the top right fucking hand of your corner. Go fuck yourself. And
normally
then on top of that, I'll help you out.
Normally I unban them because I don't like to keep people banned. Like if they're really
well, that's pussy shit. You should fucking leave them banned anyways. The point being that like I don't typically associate with you with being afraid of pissing people off in your own chat. Okay, so if that felt like the accusation, that's not my accusation. What I am saying is that if you were to moral frog, which are you on Twitch?
Yeah, be cautious.
Right now?
Moral frog.
Okay, I won't say it. But frog, people know what I'm saying, right? The other one, that commentary people like to use, which has come back into my vocabulary because of commentary people. Fuck you, Nick DiOrio. So the point being that you don't want to, my perception, is you don't want to moral frog about an issue as much as I am, because there are people of your audience who are saying, I'm here for a good time. It's all just content at the end of the day. I'm not trying to have some fucking moral grandstanding fucking dickhead tell me what to think about what. I'm just here for the fucking shit posts in the walls.
Hang on. You're fundamentally misunderstood. You're fundamentally misunderstood something about me talking about it in that way. Okay, because that wasn't actually necessary. I mean, I said it to my audience, but when I said I'm not the moral police, that was more aimed at like other creators. Because what I'm saying is, I'm not like a cancellation guy. If you want to associate with this person, that's up to you. You should do what you think is best. I personally wouldn't. I'm not going to morally judge you for that. But you know, it's the ball's in your court whether or not you want to associate.
Yeah, and if you were freaking the fuck out, like I'm not going to freak out on other creators either, because frankly, I think that part of what drags people out of bad behavior is having people who are understanding of their bad behavior and try to drag them out of it. So if somebody was going to be nice to food shops and they're like, hey, listen, this part of you is fucked up, but I'm going to keep talking to you because I'm going to try to talk to you about why it's fucked up. So hopefully you stop doing this shit and promoting this shit in the future. I wouldn't judge that person. But if somebody was helping them to promote that idea, then absolutely I would moral frog out 100%. And I also think that there would be members of my audience, if I was in the commentary space, that would be turned off by me moral frogging because they're just here for the memes and milking lol cows. They're not here for the moral indictments and the fucking holier than thou conservative bullshit.
Yeah,
you're just saying that you actually believe it. That's the problem, is that you're saying that you're not going to moral frog, but you're not going to moral frog because you do fundamentally believe in free speech and you do want to give people latitude to enjoy content without a bunch of moral frogging about it.
I think you're just looking at it like too deeply. Like I do to a degree moral frog, like of course, but like my way of doing it is the statement that I made. It feels like, you know, I feel like I've done enough to satisfy what I think is making it clear about my position. But you're saying no, do it my way because, you know, I believe in this way of doing it and I think that way is correct. And obviously we just disagree about that.
Yep. Sure. And I think that is correct. I think we understand each other.
Okay. But why did you I just feel like the way you presented it, especially like you were insinuating that there was a proportion of my audience that consume lolicon. I don't know, man, that seems excessive and unreasonable. I'm more concerned about my audience than me, to be honest. Yeah. What percentage of my audience do you think consume lolicon?
1%?
Right.
Half a percent?
Right. Sure.
Yeah, you're not out here promoting it. I just think that like in the free, and let me justify this as well. I was relatively speaking boys with Max. You were relatively speaking boys with Max for a while. And I think that despite his transgressions against God and his free speech, I can think whatever I want to think, blah, blah, blah. I think that we found him transgressive and interesting and insightful, even if we thought he was wrong. But he did create space for actual non-offending pedophiles and pedophiles to feel like they weren't being vilified, and as a result, feel like they had a free space to talk about their temptations and issues and all that kind of bullshit. And they also felt like it was, relatively speaking, a safe space. And so traveling parallel to that community for a healthy chunk of time and being as close to Max as you were.
Okay. Hold on. Sandshrew, 35%. Trapinch, 35%. Baltoy, 24%. I can't guarantee a Trapinch, but I really want a Trapinch. I guess we're just gonna have to see what we get. Hold on, I want to concentrate for a second. Oh, okay, well. Let me kill this guy. That's right, bitch, die. All right, let's see what we catch. Okay, I can run away. We don't need the Sandshrew. Trapinch, 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 Trapinch. I'm gonna get the worst RNG of all fucking time, aren't I? God damn it! Okay.
I'm assuming there was some audience, crossover, and maybe a few of them ignored or even liked your more dramatic flair, and so they stuck around. And then also, Spicy Chat, to my knowledge, I'm not trying to talk to them like there's some like evil cabal, but it's a fucking free fire zone. It's a free fire zone of do whatever the fuck you want as long as it's within Discord terms of service. And as a result, you're going to have 0.5% or 1% of people who are, at minimum, lolicon consumers.
I mean, look, I'm not in there all the time. I'm in there a fair bit to see what's going on. I just think that the tone of that chat, if someone was to say they enjoy lolicon or something like that, they're likely to be quite heavily mocked for that position rather than it be, oh, let's hear you out and let's talk about what's going on. But yeah, I mean, in principle, sure, there could be someone who's a full-blown pedo and they're talking about it and stuff, but I just think that the majority of people are going to kind of be very much against that if they were to talk.
Sure. And I think that because the limited crossover from Mr. Girl's audience, the free fire nature of Spicy Chat, the free fire nature of your perspective on speech and thought, you're going to attract a few of those people. And those people, because they know they're likely to be dogpiled, they're probably going to say, like, I don't see what the big deal is. Specifically with like production of lolicon. And then when somebody's like, well, do you think the consumption of it is good? They're going to be like, nah. They're going to be like, meh. They're going to give some fucking lukewarm take. And what I would say to that person is I would moral frog at them. I'd be like, you're fucking wrong. It's not ambivalent. It's not neutral. It is bad.
So, okay. Lolicon bad, guys. I mean, I don't know. It just feels like... Okay,
yes.
That's literally it. Okay.
Unironically, yes. Giga chat that fucking shit. Fuck yeah. Lolicon bad.
Actually,
don't consume.
Wait.
Bad for you.
You've
bad
got
for your
a
soul.
fundamental misunderstanding of what
Bad
the
for your
Giga chat
soul.
meme means. It's not supposed to be
I'm
an expression of like
this.
obvious sentiment, like pedophilia bad. I don't know. It's just like I just personally feel that an expression of like a trite sentiment like that is kind of crazy.
Yeah, but you do. Hold on. This is something that you and I also disagree on. The fucking obvious sentiment does stand reinforcement, especially when it's being eroded by shitbags. So at least this is my view of the past 20 seconds of our interaction. You're saying, oh, this is so obvious. Everybody already knows this shit. Why the fuck would I even do it? And for me, that also opens up the fucking space for it's like, no, this is not something that's supposed to be eroded. This is not supposed to be something that's like fucking even remotely taken for granted at 1 second. If you want to take for granted whether or not we speak Spanish or English in the United States of America, I don't give a fuck. Whether or not like young people should be ambivalent about the consumption of child pornography is not something that you should be ambivalent about. And just because it's a common sentiment doesn't mean you shouldn't reinforce.
Sure, I feel like there's some people that talk about it, and I think some people come at it from more of a free speech perspective, and that does go to like the consumption side, and there's a line there, and I don't really like that necessarily, but I think the vast majority of perspective and views on this across like the country, I mean, possession of it is illegal in the UK, it's federally illegal, I believe, in the US. I just think that society generally is so heavily weighted against it. I just don't really feel the need to like go super hard to reinforce that.
Okay, my browser is like freaking the fuck out.
Considering the amount of other things that I see sliding, you've talked about the cycle or whatever, which is what is it? It's not happening. It's happening a little bit, but you don't understand it. Okay, it's happening, but it's good. And so maybe prevailing normal conservative sentiment will be strong enough that pedophilia or lolicon consumption or fucking whatever will remain degenerate for the rest of history. Okay, inshallah, God willing, that's what's gonna happen.
Hold on, this shit's like fucking up super hardcore. 33 minutes behind. Okay, I'm gonna refresh. Oh, cool. That's why.
Okay. I just think that, you know, I would do the courtesy if I was going to comment on your opinion on something, I would try my best to show what you say about it specifically or accurately relay what you think. And I just feel like you've not done that to me.
Yeah, can I show?
Well, it exists. I mean, obviously, it's not an edited video. It was on a stream somewhere. I didn't even know where it was to make.
No.
What the thing is, you're putting a lot in this idea. Like, I don't give a fuck about someone drawing it. Okay, I'm just saying.
Is that not what you just said?
No, I don't think I've ever said I don't give a fuck about someone drawing it, like as in it's a completely irrelevant thing. I'm just saying that the act of drawing it in and of itself, presuming no attraction or arousal, is not necessarily an issue, right? I'm not sat here going, oh yeah, go and draw lolicon if you want. Like, if you were to ask me, I'd say, yeah, probably best to avoid even drawing it just to be on the safe side. But I don't think that's the issue, really. The issue is the fact that you're consuming it and getting aroused by it. You're focusing in on this statement, when my position on the drawing of it is more of like a free speech concept that just drawing something in and of itself isn't a problem.
Yeah. This is one of the things that makes me more conservative than you. Yeah, I think you're wrong.
Okay, well that's fine.
I don't think it's neutral.
It's quite clear that then there's a disagreement fundamentally with our view on this, which is fine. You can bring it from a more maybe Christian conservative ethical perspective or whatever. I don't know what the fucking philosophication is, but you're putting it on me that I'm worried about calling it out because I'm scared of my audience consuming lolicon and I don't want to call it out for that reason when that clearly isn't the case.
Well, let me position that a little bit differently. Okay, so I don't think that you're typically afraid of going to war with your audience, right? I also don't think that you're scared of banning people. Right? If somebody's being a douchebag, if somebody's being an asshole, if they're overly criticizing you, if they're telling you to do less commentary or more commentary or whatever, I've seen you get pissed off in a fucking fit and be like, fuck you, get the fuck out of my fucking place. As a matter of fact, I'll go ahead and help you out. Up there's an X in the top right fucking hand of your corner. Go fuck yourself. And
normally
then
I
help you out.
Normally I unban them because I don't like to keep people banned. Like if they're really
that's pussy shit. You should fucking leave them banned. Anyways, the point being that like I don't typically associate with you with being afraid of pissing people off in your own chat. Okay, so if that felt like the accusation, that's not my accusation. What I am saying is that if you were to moral frog,
I have no idea where I'm supposed to go.
Are you on Twitch?
Yeah, be cool.
Right now?
Oh, we're that.
Okay, I won't say it. But frog, people know what I'm saying, right? I'm seeing them trying to advocate, not with medical backing or study backing, because I don't think there would be a study in fucking hell that would get financially backed, but I see them talking about how they self-treated their POCD.
That's not where we go.
How's it going for them? Remind me, what's the public response been to that?
Overwhelmingly negative.
Right, but you want me to reinforce that further and say, "Oh, guys, just
you don't have to. You can say Humegalol and fucking keep it moving. I don't give a fuck about that. But also, I think it's perfectly fine if you say Humegalol, don't consume it, but production of it, as long as you don't get aroused by it, is a sinless crime, or it's a harmless crime, or a crime without a victim. I think it's insufficient for me, and I do think that if you took a moral frog position such as myself, you would lose a few viewers, and that's what I said, and I stand by it.
Well, no, that's not what you said at all. You said that you think that people in the audience consume lolicon, not produce it, consume lolicon, and I'm unwilling to criticize it for that reason. When we've decided that's not the case because we disagree fundamentally with whether or not drawing it causes adequate harm to criticize it as strongly as you think it needs to be criticized.
I think that if you came out and you moral frogged as hard as I did, you would lose 2 or 3 viewers or a half dozen viewers. Yeah, I think that would happen. And maybe some of those people contribute to you.
Like 500 to 600 viewers.
I would look to like maybe another time where I've made a much stronger argument about it, to the point of like pissing off people that do the thing. So weed, for example, I've had very strong takes about weed in the past. People in chat have been extremely pissed off at me, mad at me, the weed smokers, and I don't really know if it's like meaningfully affected me. To the point where
weed is a little bit less. Yeah, weed is a little bit less personal. So I think sexuality is wildly personal.
I don't know, man. I just think if that's kind of what you want to walk away with, that's fine. I just feel like, you're not quite as strong on the position as I think you did when you said it because you hadn't seen my full take on it. And now you're trying to fit this idea that I didn't criticize it to your level into this. I don't know. Like, it's fine, we can talk about it, but you accept that, like, what you said wasn't really accurate as to what my exact position is, right?
Sure, and I actually think, but then it uncovers like another problem that I have. So what you said is the reason why you didn't moral frog about this is because you are more for free speech on it, and you do think that it is a victimless crime. And
no, I didn't. Okay. The reason in that
I'm not talking about lolicon consumption, I'm talking about production. We've already said this 10 times.
No. The reason I didn't do that is because I didn't want to put it on strongly to be like, I'm trying to counter this person and this person has done something morally egregious. Sure. It was softer so people could have space to do what they wanted with it. But then I went on to say that, this is what I would take issue with. The production, sure, we can disagree about how much that impacts someone who's just drawing it. But consumption or the arousal, that is what I take issue with. And that seems to be a bigger issue that you've got with it too, rather than just the production. The consumption is the key thing that needs to be criticized and called out, which I've done.
And I disagree. I think even carving out that tiny little bit of breathing space for production it's not enough for me. It's not enough for me, and if you moral frogged as hard as I did about it, I think you would lose some viewers.
Maybe I would.
Maybe that's not your motivation.
Sure, but then
that's not your motivation.
I'm not thinking. But the thing is, I'm not thinking in my head. Oh, I've got to be careful. I criticize this, and I've got to leave room for people to draw it because otherwise I'm going to lose 12 viewers. Like I just would. That's not in my head when I'm saying it. I'm just trying to like think about my principles and apply it correctly, as I always try to do when I'm talking to my community.
But okay, sure. Let's concede that. Let's cement that. Okay. That's set in stone. Let me ask you a different question. Do you hold back on projecting your morality onto your audience because you've backed away from the Twitch and YouTube political sphere, where oftentimes the attraction is people militantly taking their principles and fucking lambasting their audience with it, because you said, fuck this. This is like actually not productive. It's barely affecting the real world whatsoever. At the end of the day, it's just money and content. And as a result, I am not going to project my morality onto my audience as hard as I used to, because I'm just here for the drama and the lulz.
Okay, but I think I don't think that's true, because I do project my morality onto my audience when I talk about a topic. But what I tend not to do is, if I personally feel like a sentiment is obvious enough, I will often not feel the need to reinforce that. And when appropriate, and if I think it's acceptable, I might even make jokes about it to the alternative. So obviously, I think racism is bad, but I'm not going to say that to my audience, because my audience knows that's what I think internally. And in most of them, probably 80% at this point, also agree with that. But I will play with racist jokes and memes with that in mind.
But Chad, I watch you because you're racist. What the fuck?
No, but that's the point, isn't it?
You're so been mean this whole time.
You're tapping into it now, because if I was to come on and to go, guys, look, I think that these videos that I'm seeing online that are singling out black people engaging in violence and calling this, that, and the other, I think that's really bad. You shouldn't single people out. That would be me projecting my morality onto my audience. But that's kind of boring. So I don't want to do that. So I go, oh, we got another video. Oh, race redacted, are committing crimes again. What's going on here? Like, that's the fun part. That's the funny part, because it plays with that. But if I just projected morality on my audience, it would be a fucking boring stream.
Do you want to open up race realism now? Because here's the thing: is I feel like watching your previous content, I think what happened. This is an exterior perception as a consumer of Chud Nation content, is that you were pretty progressive and pretty lefty for a really long time. And Twitch politics 2 years ago was annoyingly progressive, where you always had to soy nod to everything all the fucking time, right?
Cool.
And so it feels like you had a reflexive kickback, I would say probably within the past year. One, where you reoriented to drama. But then two, you also just wanted to say what the fuck you wanted to say. So if you wanted to use like a certain slur, if it was ableist or homophobic or sexist or racist or whatever, if you could get away with it on the terms of service on the platform that you were part of, then you would do it. And then not only that, but you were also willing to explore subjects that were taboo to the more woke side of Twitch poll 2 years ago, right? And so what'll happen is, I think I've heard you do this, you have explored the more fucked up parts of black crime statistics and fucking race realism and immigration and, Islamic jihadism and all that kind of bullshit. But what you'll do at the tail end of saying, like, descriptively, all this stuff is fucked up, right-wingers and centrists in my audience who are not progressive. But I think that the way you address these things is through lefty legislation and policy that I actually believe in. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Right, okay. I just felt like you said a lot of stuff there. The point I'm making is very simple, okay? You were saying to me, Chud, you have become a content nihilist and you have backed away from, putting your morals onto your audience. And the point I'm making to you very clearly is, if I did that, and I was moralistic about things, I would lose a lot of the energy that you obviously find entertaining in my streams, because I wouldn't be able to, as often maybe do some of the memes. I would have to go, guys, listen, I think that racism is bad, and I don't think that you should do this, or, trans people deserve to be treated as humans, Like, you're taking away the energy that makes my stream good off the back of me not criticizing the drawing of lolicon to the 1% of people that might think it's acceptable. It just feels like a crazy sacrifice to make, where I've got to go back to more hardcore moralizing to my audience, but then I lose the energy that makes my stream entertaining.
You don't have to, but then I feel like my criticism, relatively speaking, stands, where hardcore moralizing makes your stream less fun.
Yes, of course it does.
I mean, you just said it.
Yeah, of course it does.
Yeah, sure. So I'm saying sometimes you got to take a fucking hit in order to be a moral frog.
And sometimes I do.
That's it.
Sometimes
Great. I feel like in this instance you didn't, to the degree that I thought was good. That's it.
Wow.
That's what I said.
In mind. I think it was adequate. You think it's adequate? If I ever talk about lolicon,
and you don't have to live up to my standards.
Okay.
You can do your fucking. It's okay to fucking produce lolicon as long as your dick doesn't get hard. You can think that, and I'll think you're wrong.
Okay. Anyway, we've been talking for like an hour.
Okay.
Let's
I was
wrap
about
it up.
to say, I'm running out of
All right, hold on.
watch this.
Yeah, we can wrap it up. Was there anything? So I didn't watch it because I can't watch content about myself. Like it's like nails on a chalkboard for me. Was there? I think reporters in the field just said that you called me stupid a whole bunch of times.
Okay.
Was there any spicier memes, any deeper cuts, any funnier comments that you would like to go over?
So I think at one point there's two main ones I think. So one is I referred to you as a former mall cop.
Okay.
Okay.
It cut deep, but me and Straight Raider are boys now, and I call her a cunt to her face, so it's okay. That doesn't cut as deep as it used to. Okay.
Yeah. So I remember that from before. Okay. So the second one was, I think I said something along the lines of, have you got CTE from a bullet hitting your helmet when you were in the military?
Which is actually just correct. So those are fair.
Those are probably to be honest with you,
those are both fair. Those are fair. Okay. Like they're fair comments. So yeah, and like honestly, like sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, sometimes I listen back to things I say and I'm like, oh god, that was a bit much, wasn't it? But I'm sure people in my audience think
No, but that's why I watch it. You fucking there was something. There was some drama that I watched like literally half a dozen times. I'm not even joking. And what was funny about it is like for the first 5 minutes, you're listening to yourself saying like the most like vile, cruel shit, and you're like, whoa, like that's a little bit rough. And I was like, no, but I really enjoyed that original content, so don't dial it back. So yeah, so what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So like if you said that I'm fucking a little bit retarded because I have fucking brain damage, which is probably fucking true, and I'm very sensitive about my service, so I want everybody to know that I did really hardcore and interesting shit, and I wasn't some fucking pussy. Then those are both accurate criticisms while wrapped up in memes. So it's
also, there's one more thing as well. This is more broad.
Sure.
I thought of this earlier. I thought of it between streams. I said it earlier, but I think if you said if you've got like these thoughts, you should probably go and seek out some religious help. And I said, the problem is you need to be careful about which specific church you go to because you might actually be welcomed with open arms.
Okay. If I was Catholic, then I might. Or was Catholic or what's another one? Who else diddles kids?
Muslim. Oh, no, wait, sorry. No, Muslims, obviously. Just like the Rotherham scandal. The Rotherham scandal in the UK, they were beautiful.
Yeah. It was the Catholics. It was the Christians. No Muslims. No Muslims have ever diddled kids ever. Yeah, got it. Okay. Yeah, we saved it. We almost lost it there, but we saved it.
But I'm good. Obviously, there's certain spicy elements in my community. Some of them like you, some of them don't. I've always gotten on with you, so I've never had a problem between us.
I'm never gonna intentionally.
Okay, now they're gonna suck each other off. Got it. Okay, really quick. I don't remember what to do. Okay. What did he do in between Flannery and... What did he do between Flannery and...
Still, all I had to endure was either a tackle or
Norman.
Either one wouldn't have actually done all that much. Actually, now that I'm looking at this, maybe it's a good thing that I was able to one-shot this camera, because now Flannery was perfectly capable of consider those types of... I swear, the Jet 3 rival can actually is a liar. Time to get our encounter, and it's a trap inch. Sweet, very fortunately. Consider using all that out of the way. It's time to do a bit more southernmost part of the desert, and then heading back north we can pick up a Stardust, a Rare Candy, a Protein, and another Stardust. And with all that out of the way, it's time to do a bit more grinding for Norman. Not too much at least, as his ace is only a couple levels higher than Flannery's. I'll go over the new team once I get to the gym. The best place to grind, by the way, at this point will still be Fiery Path overall, at least in my experience. After another grinding session, we head back to Petalburg City to face our father for the 5th gym badge. If you need help getting back there, just head south from the desert until you get back to Malville City, head west to take Route 117 until you get Verdant Turf, take Wismar Tunnel and Route 116 back to Rustboro, and then head south, and I'm sure you recognize your surroundings by that point. Back in Petalburg, and we're ready to take on the 5th gym. But before we start, a word of caution. Treat every single trainer in this gym like a boss fight. Seriously, some of these rooms are extremely terrifying, in particular the Strength Room and the Crit Room. In fact, you may just want to avoid those rooms altogether if you're able to. The Strength Room in particular has a Zangoose with Swords Dance and Slash. That thing is bulky, speedy, and will absolutely wipe out your entire team if you do not take it down quickly. Be very careful here. Don't try to fight them all for extra experience. Just take the quickest path to Norman. I would suggest the entire right side of the gym, as it seems to be the least dangerous route to get to him. After navigating to the gym trainers, we're ready to take on our dad. Let's take a look at the team. I'm leading with Azumarill to try to take out Spinda. I have to avoid using Breloom or Machoke for this because Spinda actually has Side Beam, which would not be good for our fighting types. I'm not guaranteed to take out the Spinda with one hit though, as I need to hit it 3 times with Bubble Beam, I think, in order to bring it down. Hopefully we don't get screwed by Teeter Dance. Breloom is all about those mock punches, and will be very useful against Linoon and hopefully Vigoroth as well. It's a 2-hit KO regardless of which Pokemon comes out. I'm hoping that Linoon actually belly drums as I'm sending Breloom in, because then I can get a free kill essentially without taking any damage. Gyarados has one primary job on this fight, and that's to take one single hit from Norman's Slacking. This is so I can switch in Dustox cleanly while Slacking's True Art ability prevents it from moving the turn after. Gyarados is the perfect Pokemon to take a hit with that bulky defense stat, especially considering that Intimidate will also soften the blow even further. Machoke is honestly a backup in case something goes wrong on Linoon or Vigoroth, or if Breloom just can't handle both of them. And last but certainly not least, our Dustox has finally come back to play. Dustox has the most important job of all, taking down Slacking. With the combination of Protect and Poison Sting, Slackings are 100% free. You use Protect when Slacking can attack, and then use Poison Sting during his downturn. Dustox is so underappreciated in these games, and we have our Strategic Sacrifice as well in Wismar in case something goes very, very wrong. Hopefully it won't get to that point. Alright, Dad, let's do this.
Okay, so he just goes straight there after grinding some. So I guess we're gonna grind some. Okay. Now we're gonna be in the pedestrian. We've already been in the pedestrian part of stream. Next stream, react to a Smash or Pass with sexy Pokemon? I don't think I will, actually. I don't think that there is a single Pokemon that's attractive. Anyone who's okay with Loli would be pushed out of this space, so they would hide it regardless. Chud saying Loli bad isn't going to be a thing, or isn't going to do a thing. I don't think that there's anyone in their right mind that would openly talk about that. I genuinely don't. It seems like pure retardation. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what the fuck Food Shops was thinking at all. I don't know what I don't know what she was thinking. Like making the case about Lolicon and then saying that she recognizes it's child porn, but then like just because it's child porn doesn't mean that it's bad. Because it's drawn child porn. Like you're setting yourself up to get just like fucking absolutely dogpiled, right? You're not helping yourself like at all. Get fucked, idiot. let me just get through here. There we go. Let's fast forward through some unnecessary wait times. Okay, there we go. Okay, we're not going to fast forward. No more fast forwarding unless we're in a Pokemon battle. Oh, I can pick up the black glasses. Streamable? Fuck.
Some years back, okay, Control F, rape. Some years back, okay, Control F, rape.
What was that about? Why? Okay, let me see what this is that you linked in content suggestions.
Howdy. You might not be able to tell it now, but there's a time in my life when I was down so low, a mosquito wouldn't even bite me. I lost my job, my four-wheel drive. I even got thrown out of my trailer. All because of one thing, freebasing cocaine. That's all my life was basing, nothing else. I was on that last lap with that checkered flag about to weigh me on into hell, but I got lucky. I got in a rehab program down there at Redstone Arsenal, down there in Alabama, and with them people helping me, well, that smoky white devil is no longer a part of my life. And I can proudly say that today, I do not freebase cocaine. Now, I'll take a drink now. I will take a drink, but I do not freebase cocaine. But, you know, I'll take a drink, and I might even smoke a little reefer. You know, I like to smoke reefer. You know, it relaxes me and everything. A couple of doobies, you know, just to get you through the day and everything. But as far as basing goes, I don't do it. Now, I'll do some toot now. Don't get me, I will do some toot, you know. You know, if you party and everything, somebody comes up and give it to you, it's impolite not to take it there. So me and my girlfriend, Sally, we party, man. I tell you, we do party. So, you know, I will do some toot. We'll do, you know, on a good weekend there, if we call a bunch of friends over, we'll do about an 8-ball of toot there. But we don't base. I do not freebase cocaine. We'll make that clear. I don't do it. Well, I tell you what, that drinking now, I would not drink that tequila. Now, I tell you what, the last time I drank it, I got wild and everything. My girlfriend, Sally, I beat up on Sally, and, you know, when I done that, it hurt me a lot more than it does her when I'm beating the hell out of her. So I don't drink that tequila now. And I don't do any basing. I
like how the fucking auto captions do not understand a goddamn word that he's saying.
Not freebase. That's two things I don't do. I'm no longer part of my life. But I tell you what, I will, tequila, I admit, I do drink it about twice a year. You know, I drink some tequila. And, of course, when I do drink it, Sally, you better look out, because you know I'm going to go upside that head now. Oh, but basing I don't do. You know, I heard somewhere coffee's bad for you, that caffeine mess. I read that somewhere. So I do that speed, get back up again. Of course, you got to get ready the next day and going all day long, partying and everything. But as far as basing goes, I don't do that. I will not freebase cocaine. I don't touch it. Unless it's my birthday, something, man, especially.
Okay, I got it. Okay, speaking of drugs.
You're going down, Professor Evil Bad Pain Giver!
Not before I go down!
Save the damsel in distress, Ash! Yeah, I'm gonna save the mammal in a dress! Save the orphans, Ash!
Everything is going according to plan, Master Isak. Quite good, quite good. We shall...
Okay, no. Sorry. Too much autism. Too much autism. All right, one second. Speaking of drugs, I am going to grab my my Delta 8 pen. Just because I'm tired, and we're just going to vibe for the rest of the stream, because I'm just going to be grinding. You know? Be right back.
any direct conflict. Like, this opened with ethnic cleansing.
He's just before any conflict. There was conflict here from the late 1800s when the first. What a wild statement to say. There was no violence or anything preceding the Nakba.
There was no aggression initially from the Arab states.
I don't like the implication that Palestinians and everyone associated with them has to be perfect and peaceful at all times. Or
what a nice pivot. That's not what he said. Do they have to be perfect and peaceful? He's just asking if any violence preceded al-Nakba.
Mass violence was absolutely put forward first, you know, by the Israelis with the sort of like implied permission of the British Mandate. But even with all
you think the Israelis had permission to kill all of the Arabs there when the Brits were trying to desperately make peace between both sides? If that's the case, Vosh.
Well, I don't think so, no.
United States and Israel literally tried to coup the Hamas government in like 2006 because they hated the fact that Hamas won those elections so much. So obviously this is not true. You're not worried at all that you might just be saying like 50 billion things that don't make sense?
We're just making our own value statements.
No,
we are
hold
making
on.
our own value statements.
That's not true. What is this?
Does Israel, the state of Israel, deserve to not be heckled by Hamas? Honestly, the state of Israel has done a million times worse to the Palestinian people than Hamas has ever done to Israel in terms of like moral.
What is up with Vosh's fit there, dude? What the fuck?
Culpability. Israel's job first is to apologize. And
Shapiro debate pushed back to January? Why? I worry about watching the yeah. I worry about watching the debate itself because I'm not as knowledgeable on the Israel-Palestine thing as Destiny is, and because I started smoking weed about 10 minutes ago. Maybe we should, you know, maybe we should.
You're going.
That's not the debate. Where you said you linked the debate. Bosch has some snazzy clothes. See, that's not a bad fit. That's not a bad fit. And that's not a bad coat. But that shirt that he's wearing there, that looks... He has this... you know, Bosch has this thing about like appropriating Southwest culture, saying howdy to everyone. You know, suddenly, all of a sudden, he'll just start talking in a Southern accent. No, I didn't mean to say nothing like that, ma'am. You know, he'll just start talking like that for fucking no discernible fucking reason. We'll try to watch this. No. Yeah. Really reaching for that weird champagne socialist meme? No, he's trying to go the opposite direction. He's really trying to make everyone think he's a salt of the earth guy. It's so weird. It's so weird to me. Like, am I a salt of the earth guy? No. But I'm way closer than Bosch with that coat. Yes, he does it all the fucking time. It is the strangest shit. There was a video we reacted to a couple of days ago where he's like saying he's not that wealthy at all. He didn't grow up wealthy? Oh, 1 second. Hello? What's up? Lip readers in. I was just giving my food order to my girlfriend. You know, on her way home, picking up some fucking tacos for me. Let's fucking go.
What's up, man? Nice to be on the show.
Yeah, nice to have you on. All's pretty informal here, so no need to stand on occasion. I appreciate you coming on. Tell chat watching who you are and also what you'd like to talk about.
Yeah, so my name is Ian Nasser Ramatarsing. I'm a political scientist from the Netherlands. I was born in Suriname, a beautiful country in South America. Might be a little bit unknown, but I like to represent them still. And yeah, I'm a big Ayn Rand fan. I'm an objectivist.
Oof.
For like 15 years.
I'm gonna hate
but
both of these
I
people,
started
aren't
out as a Marxist actually when I was 15. And I was actually very pro-Palestinian up until like 17, 18. Then I read Ayn Rand, my life changed, and I became some sort of right.
Man, you know, you should never, ever, ever tell someone who your idol is before a debate starts in front of an audience. Because it will just poison that audience against you from the very beginning. Literally from this moment forward, no one in Vosh's community is going to hear a goddamn word that he says. One second. There we go. He's an ANCAP? Yeah, but like if you label yourself in front of everyone at the very beginning of a conversation, now everyone knows what box to put you in their head. So even if everything that he says after this is completely fucking reasonable, no one's going to listen. It must be nicer in the Netherlands if he thinks it's a valid strategy. This has nothing to do with like the culture that you're in. Well, maybe I guess it does a little bit. We're talking about like a conversation online in front of an audience. That's like the specific thing. Well, if you want people to listen to you, why would you allow them to put you in a box like that? And you're giving them everything. You're giving them all four walls of the fucking box and the lid. It's just stupid, in my opinion. But, you know.
Right-wing, quasi-politician, opinion guy. I come on TV sometime, but I'm trying to promote libertarianism and objectivism in the Netherlands.
I gotta say, I'm very curious as to how libertarianism could possibly lead you to support Israel, considering the fact that in terms of like the representation of statehood, Israel is much more like willing to impose force on the freedom of individuals than anything like represented by Palestine.
I get where you're coming from. I wouldn't say like I'm a fan of Israel. I would say if I would have to make a choice in the conflict, which side I would support, I would go with Israel because I think they respect individual rights more than Hamas, which is currently running Gaza. So in a situation where there would be some sort of secular or like moderate government in Gaza and they would be able to represent themselves, I would be fine with them having a Palestinian country. I would fully support that.
But there
so
was
in that sense, yeah.
Well, there
Go
was
ahead.
a secular moderate government, and it was sort of like deliberately pushed out by Israel. Like Israel took the land, ethnically cleansed the area, have been restricting the rights of the Palestinian minority for nearly a century now, and Netanyahu and his predecessors have worked to push the Palestinians into a position where they're more and more likely to radicalize and sort of militantly oppose Israel, which I can't really blame them for.
What's so fucking aggravating, and I've said this a million fucking times, but what's so fucking aggravating is that everyone wants to look at all the reasons why. All of the reasons why people in Palestine join Hamas or support Hamas, and why, you know, Palestinians do the things that they do to Israelis, et cetera, et cetera. Everyone wants to look at all the reasons why, but no one ever wants to look at the reasons why Israel, like, I guess like the feeling is that Israel is strong and Palestine is weak, and they're like, I guess that's got to be the reason, but it's just so dumb. Do you think that like unless you actually think that Jews are just like super, you know, bloodthirsty evil people and just want to kill as many Arabs as possible, you might want to think about like, I don't know, like why they are having that blockade, why, why it is they have this like long-standing feud for the Palestinians. Because if you only look at it from one perspective, you're only going to see it from their perspective. I just don't understand how you can look at something that everyone in the world says is fucking complicated and not want to look at both sides. It is fucking crazy. I forget facetiousness comes off even worse than sarcasm. Oh, yeah. Vosh just ignores the history of the PLO and I'm more pro-Palestine. Like, it doesn't have anything to do with the PLO. It doesn't matter what the Palestinians do or did. It doesn't matter. It is, these people are the good guys and these people are the bad guys, and therefore I'm going to side with every single thing that one side does. And then I'll be, supportively critical of things that I can't even defend, like, raping women. I'm just referring to as one-sided narrative. Yeah, I can't imagine. I don't understand how people lack the curiosity. How people lack the curiosity to even understand the other side. Like I'm always been very curious. Why, like from the beginning of streaming, when I was doing debates versus Nazis, I was so curious. How the fuck does someone start believing crazy, horrible shit like this, right? And then I grew to understand it, not agree with it, but understand it, because it helped me understand their thought process and how someone might get there and a better way to argue against it. Same thing with tankies. I really understand where people like fall into being socialists, right? Because I was one. I understand it to a degree that most socialists don't even understand. But the level that they're coming at like socialism from is just, I want people to have good lives. I don't like seeing people homeless on the streets, suffering, not able to eat, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right? And that's where a lot of them come from. And then all the other stuff is just a post hoc justification to side with this idea that they think will achieve people no longer being starving on the side of the street. And I understand that. And so I can tailor and, change the way that I talk about these things to those people because I understand where they're coming from. There are some people that are tankies that just really like to dominate other people, right? And that's a completely different kind of, that's a completely different kind of conversation to have. I understand where the Palestinians are coming from, and I understand where people who support Palestine are coming from. It used to be like 80-20 support for Palestine and support for Israel for me. I used to support Palestine or Palestinians way more than I do now, or like the things that have brought them into their predicament and why they do the things they do. I used to be way more on that side. And I was just thinking like, outside of, I don't want people to get like murdered, how the fuck could you be pro-Israel? And then I looked at it. I looked at the conflict. I read articles, I read news stories. A lot of that was on stream during 2021. A lot of it was off stream in preparation for like conversations that I was going to have on stream, right? There was a lot of fucking work that went into understanding why the fuck would anyone be pro-Israel after looking at what they're doing to the Palestinians? And then after I learned a bunch about it, and especially after October 7th, it went from 80-20 supporting like more sympathetic to the Palestinians to like 55-45. Israel to Palestine. I understand it so much better now. And it makes it to where, like, I really do understand and still support and want to do things that are more humanitarian for Palestinian people. But I have way more respect for the state of Israel, and I have way more understanding of the reasons why they have done the things that they have done over the course of, the past 80 years of their existence. Now, the reason it's not 80-20 flipped in the other direction is because Israel has done a lot of fucked up shit and continues to do a lot of fucked up shit that I super disagree with, right? They got fucking Netanyahu in charge. But a lot of the shit that people say about Israel is just a weird, one-sided fabrication of the totality of the truth. And I don't understand how people can just be so disinterested in something that is so important to the topic that they feel so strongly about. Anyways, I've been soy ranting for too long. Let's keep watching.
Considering the fact that peace didn't really get them anywhere.
You mean you can't blame the Palestinians?
Yeah, I can't really blame the Palestinians for thinking that, like, militant terrorism is the only potential solution for them, considering the fact that, like, there were...
Wait, hold on. I read something.
Or considering the fact to push the Palestinians into a position where they're more and more likely to radicalize and sort of militantly oppose Israel, which I can't really blame them for, considering the fact that peace didn't really get them anywhere.
You mean you can't blame the Palestinians?
Yeah, I can't really blame the Palestinians for thinking that, like, militant terrorism is the only potential solution for them, considering the fact that, like, there were decades of like Palestinian Authority and efforts at peace talks, and it seemed like no matter what happened, just the Palestinian rights got eroded further and further.
But don't you agree with me that a lot of it is due to the Palestinian leadership? Like, there were plenty of opportunities where they had, like, good offers on the table, and let's be honest, they lost many wars.
Kill you.
You and I both know how wars work.
Oh, shit.
If you fight a war, you lose land. That's how it always used to work up until now.
Well,
so
if you fight a war, you lose land. That's what they were trying to do to Israel, first off, okay? They were trying to literally destroy the entire state of Israel and change it to Palestine. That's what they were doing at the beginning. They did fight a war. They lost land. Israel gave back a huge chunk of that land after some of those wars. They gave back the entire Sinai Peninsula. That's a fucking hell of a gift back.
If you lose like 3 wars in a row and you still get offered 92%, like, that's a pretty good deal. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, that's not what happened. The area was controlled by the British Mandate, and when they decided to engage in the Zionist project, they engaged in the Nakba, and they deposed hundreds of thousands of people.
Hold on.
A process...
Say that again?
It's a pretty good deal. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, that's not what happened. The area was controlled by the British Mandate, and when they decided to engage in the Zionist project, they engaged in the Nakba, and they deposed hundreds...
What a fucking crazy read of fucking history. You're skipping over some extremely important details. Like, first off... One second, kill this fucking loser. That's right. Get fucked. Okay. We also probably don't need to... No, he's still only level 15. I'm kind of curious to see what I can do with a Wobbuffet. I've never had a Wobbuffet before. In 1948, I would say the Arabs were morally justified. They lost it over time. Yeah. Which is why I'm still like 45 like percent still highly understanding of the Palestinian point of view, right? But fuck, you made me lose my fucking train of thought. What did he say? What is he saying?
Hundreds of thousands.
Oh, the fucking crazy read of history. Like,
all times.
Oh no, I just skipped up way far. He's talking about the like the British left and then the Jews just start kicking out Arabs. What happened on the first day of Israel's Declaration of Independence? Declaration of fucking statehood. What was the first thing that happened? They were attacked by 6 other fucking nations. That's just what happened. And because they were kicked, because they were like dogpiled by all these people, guess what happened? They start kicking out anyone that they saw as, supportive of the fucking Arab nations that tried to destroy the state of Israel. Now, was that a good thing? No, I don't think that Al-Nakba was a good thing. It was a very bad thing. The British offered help in building institutions the leadership fucked up. It has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Vosh is saying that the Jews declared independence in 1948, and then they just started fucking kicking Arabs out. That's not what happened. The Arabs invaded Israel first, right? Hold on. I want to make sure that I'm not just a total fucking retard. Oh, it's with a K. When did the war start? Okay, so (1948) Palestine war happens, and then they are expelled. One year, 7 months. Belligerents. Israel, the Arab League, and the Arab Higher Committee. So what? How many countries was that? Was that 6 countries? Fuck, I just want to see which countries attacked. Or how many were involved. We have Jordan, Egypt. Okay, so it was all of these countries. Egypt, Iraq, Lebanon, Saudi Arabia, Syria, Jordan, Transjordan, Jordan, and Yemen formed the Arab League. All of those nations tried to destroy Israel the day it declared independence. After that, the Nakba happened. Both of these things you can't look at one and not the other.
And sort of militantly oppose Israel, which I can't really blame them for, considering the fact that peace didn't really get them anywhere.
You mean you can't blame the Palestinians?
Yeah, I can't really blame the Palestinians for thinking that militant terrorism is the.
When did they choose peace? When was the first time they chose peace? There was continual violence basically the entire time of the Zionist project. It was literally from beginning to end.
The only potential solution for them, considering the fact that there were decades of Palestinian Authority and efforts at peace talks, and it seemed like no matter what happened, just the Palestinian rights got eroded further and further.
But don't you agree with me that a lot of it is due to the Palestinian leadership? There were plenty of opportunities where they had good offers on the table, and let's be honest, they lost many wars. You and I both know how wars work. If you fight a war, you lose land. That's how it
that's
always
dumb.
used to
Don't
work
say that.
up until now.
Well,
so if you lose like 3 wars in a row and you still get offered 92%, like that's a pretty good deal. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, that's not what happened. The area was controlled by the British Mandate, and when they decided to engage in the Zionist project, they engaged in the Nakba, and they deposed hundreds of thousands of people. A process which began before there was even any direct conflict. Like this opened with ethnic.
That's not true. We just looked at the fucking timeline of that.
Cleansing. And since then, Palestinians have sort of lost, but I don't really believe in might makes right. Like, I don't think that because you've won a war of conquest, you get to just indefinitely genocide the lesser ethnic group.
Well, a lot hangs on the word conquest there. So you're saying that when the Nakba started, it wasn't triggered by anything. It was just Israel just came in, threw those people out. There was no aggression initially from the Arab states surrounding. There was no disagreement about the peace deal. There were no Arab resentments about this Jewish state in their midst.
I don't like
Is that what you're claiming?
I don't like the implication that Palestinians and everyone associated with them has to be perfect and peaceful at all times, or it's justified to do a genocide against them. Like Palestinians and the Arab.
Bro, the fucking is he just like totally like lack all self-awareness? What has he been calling for Israel to do? Even if the fucking Hamas broke the ceasefire, Vosh said, yeah, Israel just has to fucking sit back and take the fucking rockets. Sit back and eat those rockets, Jew. Like, what the fuck? How can you hold one standard for one side and not for the other side? What just happened? I just don't understand. Like, that's what he's saying. He's saying, take it, Jew.
Arab states have done things that I find disagreeable. None of that changes the fact that Israel chooses to commit a genocide, chooses to deprive them of their rights, chooses to keep them in an apartheid state. Like, the idea of, even if we were to accept the idea that, like, the Palestinians have consistently been the ones to engage, to associated with them, has to be perfect and peaceful at all times, or it's justified to do a genocide against them. Like, Palestinians and the Arab states have done things that I find disagreeable. None of that changes the fact that Israel chooses to commit a genocide, chooses to deprive them of their rights, chooses to keep them in an apartheid state.
Like, listen, every single fucking word that he just said there was just buzzwords. It was just buzzwords from beginning to end. Chooses genocide, chooses an apartheid state, chooses, like, I don't think that apartheid is the correct term, because that was a very different situation. I think that genocide is way off. Genocide is just not the right term whatsoever for what's going on. I just don't know he's not saying anything. Israel does bad things. Yeah, there are some things that the Palestinians do that I disagree with. But literally, all of the worst crimes humanity has ever even dreamt of, Israel is committing, and they're choosing to do it. Despite, all definitions of those terms to the contrary.
Like, the idea of, even if we were to accept the idea that, like, the Palestinians have consistently been the ones to engage in aggression, which is simply not true. The opening of this whole thing, the Nakba, was predicated by scuffling in the area between, like, Jewish, British, and Arab groups, but the mass violence was absolutely put forward first, by the Israelis with the sort of, like, implied permission of the British Mandate. But even with all that taken, like, acknowledged, right now Israel has the power, and they're using that power to commit genocide and to commit ethnic cleansing. Nothing justifies that, even if the Palestinians have in the past been antagonistic to the concept of their own removal.
I don't like the use of the word genocide because I don't really find the proof for it. Like, if you look at the population numbers, they're always going up. I don't mean that like as a corny thing to say or something, but like, how is it a genocide when they have all the power Israel has militarily, but the population keeps growing year by year, and you keep claiming it's a genocide? It's a little bit weird to me.
Well, the population doesn't necessarily have to decrease for the genocide, but even by
What does he mean? The population doesn't have to go down for it to be a genocide. Does genocide just mean, like, you're mean? You do bad things? Is that just what genocide means? It's a deliberate killing. We've been over the definitions of genocide a million times. I cannot think of a single thing that would point towards a genocide not involving trying to destroy a group of people. What the fuck does it mean? If not that, is the intentional destruction of a people in whole or part. As any 5 acts committed with the intent to destroy in whole or part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. Killing members of the group, causing them seriously bodily or mental harm, imposing living conditions intended to destroy the group, preventing births, and forcibly transferring children out of the group. Victims are targeted because of their real or perceived membership of a group, not randomly. 43 genocides occurred between 1956 and 2016, and resulting in 50 million deaths. I don't care about the etymology. I just don't know how the population go up and still call it a fucking genocide.
By the UN definition, it could be like to impose measures intended to prevent births within a group, or to forcibly transfer children, or to attempt to bring about the physical destruction of a group. The reason that the population's been exploding is because a lot of Palestinians are crammed into an open-air prison where they have nothing to do but like they don't have much going on in there, you know. But like they're forced into a tiny tract of land. They're treated as second-class citizens. Their rights are being withered away. They're denied things like power and water and food. And right now we're seeing it. Like right now, like 2/3 of the population of the Gaza Strip is without housing. It's unlikely they'll be allowed to return to northern Gaza, which means this at the very least fits the definition of an ethnic cleansing, you know. But already 15,000 have died. I mean, it's very clearly like a war for eradication.
If it was a war for eradication, why didn't they just carpet bomb the entire Gaza Strip, Vosh? Why don't we see that same level of violence happening in the West Bank? Unless you're just going to say sneaky Jew, they don't want to kill too many at once, because then they'll look bad on the international stage. Then you're engaging in literal conspiracy. There are people conspiring behind the scenes to commit genocide, but you have no proof of that. The facts speak for themselves.
I don't find it clearly at all. Like, if this was a war for eradication, Israel would have been, they wouldn't have sent out warnings. They wouldn't have told people to leave for the south or for the north. I'm not sure. So it doesn't really fit. South. Or is this like all a big facade? I'm sorry. I get if you're saying war crimes. Maybe I can get along with that, but I just don't get the genocide claim. And I think it's like unnecessarily troubling to the discussion to call it a genocide.
Well, they give those warnings for our benefit, right? Like the only reason, in my opinion, the only reason Israel hasn't just slaughtered all of them is because the world is watching. Like there are limits to what Israel.
I was joking when I said the fucking sneaky Jew thing. Holy shit, dude. Like they actually just think that the Jews are fucking just like so sneaky and conniving that they're working, you know, covertly to genocide a group of people.
Israel can get away with. The more it antagonizes its neighboring Arab states, the more it makes itself unpalatable to like American voters. The more Israel has to restrict itself. But in terms of like war for eradication, that's the only direction this is all going, right? Like they've been continuing to expand illegal settlements in the West Bank for like over 50 years now. And with regards to the Gaza Strip, there doesn't seem to be like any other direction this is going. Like what happens to the Palestinian people, right? In the West Bank, they're being pushed out illegally, like bit by bit. And in the Gaza Strip, it's like, what are they supposed to do? Like, they don't control anything. They don't control their own resources, their food, their water, their power. There doesn't seem to be any effort to integrate them. Like, if you keep people in a prison forever, like, even right now, there are members of the Israeli government that are just openly saying, this is our chance to get them all out. Like, they're saying it openly.
Yeah. So like, I agree with you on this part. I think this situation brings out the worst on both sides, right? So obviously, all the extreme religious Israeli guys are going to seize this opportunity. I agree with you. This is their opportunity to get the land they always wanted, to make their Jewish religious dream come true, whatever the hell, right? I'm an atheist. I don't care for that shit.
But they're in the government. They're doing it, though.
Yeah, I get it. But as long as Hamas exists, that's not going to stop, right? You agree with me? Like, as long as Hamas is ruling Gaza, those guys are not going to get voted out probably, or they're going to be popular. They're going to have influence.
So you're saying all Israel would have to do to genocide the Palestinians is make sure that Hamas is in charge?
I would say if you are an Israeli and you want to eradicate the Palestinians, yes,
well,
that would be in your
But that's what happened. Netanyahu funded Hamas, gave them money in briefcases, and had other like governmental organizations within the Gaza Strip declared terrorist organizations and arrested. Like, there's
was that ever confirmed? This is why I wanted to watch the Destiny thing. Let's see if we can find
cuck definitions of
2/3 the population of the Gaza Strip is without housing. It's unlikely they'll be allowed to. West Bank, they're being pushed out illegally, like bit by bit. And in the Gaza Strip, it's like, what are they supposed to do? Like, they don't control anything. They don't control their own resources, their food, their water, their power. There doesn't seem to be any effort to integrate them. Like, if you keep people in a...
Yeah, of course they can't integrate them. That's the whole point, Vosh. Yeah, they don't want to integrate Palestinians into their primary population. That would be called the one-state solution, Vosh. Of course there's not. Yeah. Yes, you're correct.
A prison forever. Like, even right now, there are members of the Israeli government that are just openly saying, this is our chance to get them all out. Like, they're saying it.
Yeah. Jews were forced into ghettos first from 15 years ago when he was speaking to me.
What happened? Netanyahu funded Hamas, gave them money in briefcases, and had...
It wasn't him funding them, Vosh. If you want to be clear on the conspiracy is that he intentionally let Qatari funds in order to destroy the Palestinians and to radicalize. That's technically, remember, it wasn't Netanyahu that gave them money in briefcases. It was Qatari cash. But close, Vosh. It's like I said, he probably only read the headline. He didn't actually read the story, so he doesn't even know the conspiracy correctly. But go ahead.
Gotcha. Using Destiny's video as a fucking fact check. Soyest thing I've ever done on stream, bar none.
Protracted effort from Israel.
Okay, but I'm also a big fan of agency, and now it sounds like there's only a one-way street, right? Like, Palestinians have free will. Palestinians can.
How much power do Palestinians have compared to the government of Israel? Like, on one hand, you have like the residents of an open-air prison, and on the other hand, you have a modern military nation-state backed by the most powerful country on earth.
I would say this: Palestinians have one of the most popular causes in the world. If they would have a couple of moderate guys representing them, they could make a lot of bank on this Palestinian cause.
They do.
They could have a great economy. They could have amazing economic opportunities.
Wait.
Because if they didn't make this, if Hamas didn't make the issue so fucking muddy, if the terrorism didn't make the issue so fucking muddy, if it was Palestinians literally sitting there just getting fucking mowed down by Israelis, there would be no fucking defense of Israel. Hamas gives them the cover that they need to do basically anything they want. If he says bootstraps, I will sub you on YouTube. Who? For what reason?
They could have a great economy. They could have amazing economic opportunities.
Wait.
Well,
how would they have
to get rid of Hamas?
Wait. First of all, the Palestinian Authority already exists and nobody pays attention to them. They haven't had an election since 2006. And Israel pushed Hamas to be in charge because they have power in the situation. Also, how...
Israel didn't push them to be in charge. They were voted in by a slim majority because Israel pulled out unilaterally. That funding of the Qatari cash, that didn't happen until much later, is my understanding. Israel didn't install Hamas to go in there and then build their own rockets.
How would they have a great economy? They don't control their own anything. It's not a free country.
Obviously not at this moment. We agree on that. But you, like, geopolitically, don't you agree with me that having Hamas in power weakens their case?
Yeah, that's why Israel put them there.
Yeah. Okay, but you and I both agree that Hamas needs to go in order for the Palestinians to have any chance.
Yeah, but Hamas and the situation that led to Hamas was imposed by Israel. Like, if you continuously ethnically cleanse a group of people and show them that diplomacy...
Don't walk back the implication you were giving earlier that Israel literally installed Hamas. Now we're talking about conditions? Choose one. Either Israel intentionally installed Hamas into power so that they can continue to have some reason, because they're just sneaky Jews. So they can have some reason to genocide the Palestinians. Stick with that argument. Don't run back to this. These are the conditions that led to, because that's what you were saying earlier.
It doesn't matter because it doesn't lead to any gains. They'll choose terrorism. And that's not Palestinian specific. America did that in the American Revolution. Like, initially there were missives written to the King of England as a way of trying to mitigate the taxes or try to grant greater freedoms to the colonists. It was only after the chance at diplomacy seemed as though it couldn't even work that we turned to terrorism. And that was what the American...
When did the violence start, Vosh? Did this whole thing start off as gentle treatises to Israel? Hey, we would like it if you would stop genociding us. Hey, we would like it if you would stop putting settlements in the West Bank and around East Jerusalem. No, motherfucker, they've been killing each other since the first Jews from Europe landed there in the fucking late 1800s. Everyone's been fucking killing each other. There was no diplomacy. Sharon fucked up by doing it unilaterally and Hamas took credit? Yeah, exactly. Israel's like, you know what? We don't feel like dealing with this anymore. There's been a lot of bus bombings. We don't have the ability to fucking check every person coming in and out of Gaza. You know what we're going to do? We're just going to fucking leave. You know what? We're going to pull everyone out. We're going to shore up our demographics in Israel proper by pulling all of the settlers out of fucking Gaza. And we're just going to not deal with them anymore. There was no negotiations for a cessation of hostilities. They just gave them what they claimed to be fighting for. And that happened right after all these fucking bus bombings. And so the people who did the bus bombings were like, hey, look what we did. We caused this. We got us the entire Gaza Strip back. So they won by a very, very slim majority. Interesting. They offered them part of Australia back in the day, but they didn't want it.
American Revolution was to begin with.
I don't blame them.
It was people attacking, in a lot of cases, civilian targets, royal appointed officials over here, to sort of secure a political goal. This is how it always happens, right? You give people hope for diplomacy, and if you can't give them that, they will take violence. But that's not the Palestinians' fault. That's just what Israel's forced on them.
But it is the Palestinians' fault that they're ruled by Hamas, right?
Hold on. It's possible that the Chinese, I know what you're trying to say, the Uyghur population is going up, but no one is claiming China is trying to murder them all. Number one, how we get data out of China is always going to be a slightly suspect. Number two, parts of the way that we define genocide is removing children from their families, right? And, trying to push out the ethnic group by putting your own people there, which is what was happening in Xinjiang. They were moving truckloads of fucking Han Chinese people into Xinjiang to take over the population demographically, right? They were sterilizing people, like Gas is saying. They were putting people into prisons and destroying their culture. I don't think there is a big genocide claim. I thought it was just ethnic cleansing. Well, the sterilization of the people and the removal of children from their parents were like the big claims for the genocide, right?
Well, I don't think so. No.
It just happened to them. They all just chose Hamas involuntarily. Come on, like,
well, no,
they have
the
agency
conditions that they had a secular popular leadership. It didn't do anything. Hamas was directly funded by Netanyahu. Like, the idea to just throw your arms up in the air and go like, oh, guess they chose this, like, really kind of overrides. If they just chose this, Israel wouldn't have had to put their thumb on the scale so aggressively.
They didn't have to put their thumb on the scale at first. They just won, and then they killed everyone else. This suitcase is full of cash that happened after they won the elections.
I wouldn't go so far to say.
Also,
I
quick
guess
question.
they chose this.
Wait, really
Yeah,
quickly.
sure.
As an anti-statist, why do you even care that they support Hamas? Hamas is an anti-state, like, terrorist organization that's trying to break the back of the of the statehood that is violating the, their rights. Like, principally speaking,
They are not an anti-state terrorist organization. They're not anarchists. They're Islamists. They want a theocratic state.
shouldn't you be in favor of terrorism
going,
if
C?
it means breaking a population free from tyrannical statehood?
Well, I'm not an ANCAP, so I'm a minarchist, right? So I don't consider government to be an evil concept. I just think government needs to be strictly limited. So in that sense, I am an anti-statist if you're talking about...
It happened in 2016. It's confirmed. Yeah, I don't doubt that it necessarily happened. But what I'm saying is, Hamas has been in control since what, 2006 or 2008? And that happened in 2018? His history is just like so shit on this subject, which I guess we shouldn't be too surprised coming from the guy that has openly stated that the most amount of research that he's ever done for a single topic is 6 hours. Everything else is just fucking headlines and vibes, bro. I was backing your point. Yeah. I'm just not going to click on the link is the thing.
Interfering with the economy, taxation, all that stuff, but not when it comes to, like, there are legitimate functions of government. I recognize a couple of them.
Well, then you're
Defense.
not like libertarian,
So I'm not
right?
an ANCAP.
Well, you're not a libertarian. You're in favor of literally the most tyrannical element of statehood. You're like, I don't want there to be business taxes, but I am okay with police state.
Let's just pivot on over to something that I know more about. Destroying capitalism and destroying the states.
States and authoritarian regimes.
Well, I don't know how you guys have it in the US, but in the Netherlands, there are not that many libertarians. So the few that are there are separated by minarchism and ANCAPs. So the objectivists are always the minarchists. Then you have some Friedmanites, you have some Hayekians. They are minarchists. And then you have the ANCAPs. They like Rothbard, they like Hoppe. And that's basically the split in the Netherlands. But it's a very small fringe group here.
I mean, I'm also a libertarian, but like that stems fundamentally from desire for freedom.
Well, you say you're libertarian. I think it's a interesting.
Well, I believe in freedom for people, not freedom.
Nothing that you state has anything to do with libertarianism, except for like social libertarianism. But when it comes to like anything with the state, you're all for state regulation. Don't say that you are a libertarian anarchist.
For corporations, but whatever the case may be, like, there is no freedom in the Gaza Strip. Like, they literally are in a fence, like they're fenced off. There are automatic turrets and security cameras and snipers pointed inward at all times. Like, we're talking about a group of people who...
Why is that, Vosh? Why is that? You don't have any curiosity?
Or like, America, to some element at least, is a police state. They literally live in a prison. Like, they can't leave. Like, they're just kept in a camp, Like, it seems like Hamas is sort of like the, in that context, you'd think that's a pretty appropriate breakage of statehood.
No, but come on, man. Like, Hamas is misusing a lot of funds. Hamas is destroying the water supply by building rockets with that shit.
Like,
wait,
Israel cuts off the water supply. Wait. If you have an issue with the water supply in the Gaza Strip, that's on Israel, nobody else. They literally cut and restrict water access over there. So Hamas tears up a few pipes to fight back against the state that's bleeding them dry, and that makes them responsible for the... what's the problem with just admitting that, like, Israel...
When did they cut water supply? After the massive fucking terrorist attack, Vosh. It's not always 0% water going into Gaza.
Is creating all of these negative situations.
Well, a lot of these measures that they're taking, I'm not going to vouch for all of them, obviously. But a lot of these measurements they're taking, like cutting off the border, obviously I'm going to cut off the border. If I'm neighboring a country that is sending rockets my way,
it's not a country.
I'm not going to a piece of land. For the argument's sake, but why would I open my border to that country?
It's not opening a border. It's part of your country.
Oh, so Vosh just believes that the one-state solution's already been achieved? What do you mean it's part of your country? It's not part of your country. Wait, maybe I misheard him. Maybe I just misheard him.
A piece of land. For the argument's sake, but why would I open my border to that country?
It's not opening a border. It's part of your country.
It's not part of their country.
It is. It is literally the Gaza Strip is controlled by Israel. They have control over the resources. They control whether or not stuff goes in or out. They control the water, the electricity.
Only on their side of the border, right? They don't control the Egyptian border.
No, well, I don't know. Israel missile striked it multiple times and blocked stuff from getting through. So it seems like they kind of control that too.
It's interesting how no one has any
Egypt was the one controlling.
Egypt
was the one not allowing shit to go into the Gaza Strip from their side. That was Egypt. Make claims about Israel, bombing that crossing. I don't remember which one it's called. I think it has a J in it. Jaffa crossing, or is that the northern border? But no. Vosh literally just said the Egypt side.
Did multiple times and blocked stuff from getting through. Whether or not stuff goes in or out, they control the water, the electricity.
Only on their side of the border, right? They don't control the Egyptian border.
No, well, I don't know. Israel missile striked it multiple times and blocked stuff from getting through.
They didn't block stuff from going through. That was the Egyptians.
So it seems like they kind of control that too.
It's interesting how no one has any agency except Israel. Egypt now just a sitting duck.
No,
right?
Egypt still has agency. Israel strikes the Palestinian side of that crossing. But yeah, Israel is the modern nuclear state backed by the world's most powerful countries. And the Gaza Strip is a group of 2 million desperately poor people in a ghetto the size of Seattle. There's a pretty huge difference in power.
So you're saying Egypt cannot open up the border, make sure that a lot of food gets in, supply them with stuff. It's impossible.
You can literally look up stuff Israel has done to prevent the admission of stuff into the Gaza Strip.
Egypt has relations with Israel. They agreed not to let anything in. If Egypt wanted to, they could. But they agreed with the Israelis, and they said, you know what? If you don't want anything going in, we won't let anything in.
But also, I'm not arguing that Egypt is good. I don't like Egypt. I'm saying that in terms of what is happening to the Gaza Strip, the negative circumstances here are controlled by Israel. Imagine if a country, a nation state, arbitrarily arrested millions of people and put them in a big camp and basically humiliated and tortured them for years and years and decades and decades and decades. And over time, things got worse in that camp, and they formed prison gangs. And eventually, the biggest, meanest prison gang with the white skinheads or whatever was listen, folks, okay, I know you don't all like me, but I'm the only one tough enough here to break us out of here. And then you look at the situation, you're like, well, look, they've decided to side with these skinheads or whatever to break out of prison. How is it the fault of the prisoners? When in reality, the whole condition, everything that led to this was constructed.
Yeah, but you're leaving out so much context. For instance, even if you go back to the Nakba incident, right, from 1948, I think it was. Yeah,
God,
I am sure.
I also hate the fact that every single one of these fucking conversations jumps around on history so fucking much. It's just not necessary. It's super not necessary. And it's also going to be super unhelpful for the conversation since Vosh doesn't seem to know anything about the history of Israel because he thinks that the Nakba happened before any kind of hostilities. Rafah, not Jaffa. Rafah boarding. Rafah border crossing. Yeah, look, Egypt has no agency. So does that mean Vosh supports the settlements? Is it just free movement of citizens inside their own country? Hey. You know what? Based. Wait till Vosh finds out that Israel was created by socialists. Yeah, I know.
Sure.
And that all of the like small little kibbutzes that got attacked on October 7th were all like little socialist experiments. Like, oof. It's got to hurt a little bit.
There was aggression on the side of Arab states. And they convinced the Palestinians to like, let us have a go at Israel. And it failed, and Israel clapped back. That is not saying the clapback was fully good. Obviously, I'm sure there were war crimes on both sides. I acknowledge all that.
There were.
But
so wait, what do you think happened?
Yeah, what I think happened, I think there were tensions. I think the Arabs were very displeased with how the land was divided up. And I might even agree with them on that for a great part. And the Arab states surrounding were not happy, like Syria. So they said to the Palestinians, like, let's have at them. And then it failed.
So,
and Israel clapped back and took like Jerusalem and took
no,
pieces of land.
No, in 48, the Palestinians lived there. The British mandate in the area, like that was like Arab territory. There were Jewish groups there, but like for the most part, like the Palestinians.
And they bought a lot of land, those Jewish groups.
Yeah, well, the United Nations voted on the partition plan, which divided the territory into Jewish and Arab sovereign states. The plan was rejected by Palestinian leaders, but their word didn't count for much. So with like foreign rule and imposition dividing people up, it led to increasing conflict until eventually, with overwhelming military might and munitions backed by the British, the Zionists cleared out nearly 1 million Palestinians and took over.
What do you mean with munitions from the British? Go back? What?
Their word didn't count for much. So with like foreign rule and imposition dividing people up, it led to increasing conflict until eventually, with overwhelming military might and munitions backed by the British,
like every part of this is just like you don't know the history. You don't know what happened. It's like he legitimately has no fucking clue what happened. Foreign rule. Yeah, it was foreign rule. It was also foreign rule when the fucking Ottoman Empire had control. The Palestinians didn't own any of that fucking land. That's why when a bunch of Jewish people went in there and bought the land, everyone was like mad because it was their land, because they bought it from people who were from Turkey, not from fucking Palestinians. That a lot of the land wasn't fucking conquered at first. I mean, actually, let me be ultra clear. Most of the land, if not all of the land, was just given based off of who was ruling at the time. Whether it was the fucking Ottomans, whether it was the fucking British, and then the UN partition plan, it was always foreign ruled. And because it was always foreign ruled, they had to find some way to split up these people who wanted different states in a way that was amicable to all. Did they do super well on that? I mean, I don't think so. Looking at the map, just seemed like that was a recipe for fucking disaster. But also, look at what happened the day after the fucking partition plan. They fucking tried to annihilate the entire state of Israel. And this guy is right. After they fucking tried to annihilate the state of Israel on the first day when they declared independence, the Israelis are probably going to be a little bit pissed. They're going to hold on to that land. Part of it because they want a little bit of a buffer zone between all of these states that want to fucking destroy them. And part of it because they kicked out all the Arabs, and that was really bad. The Nakba was bad. There's really no defense of it. But they attacked, they lost land. Then they attacked, and they lost more land. And then they attacked again. And they lost a lot of land. And then Israel gave back a lot of land. And kept it basically put us into the situation we're in now, where there's the Palestinians on the West Bank in Gaza. Don't forget about the Mamluk Empire, or the Persian Empire, or the Greek Empire, or the Roman Empire. Yeah, I don't think that the native people of that area have had control of that area since literally before the Romans were there. I wonder why Vosh thinks that the British were in on it because they're white. I wonder if it's as simple as British bad, therefore they have done a bad thing. Yes, it's literally that. It's literally that. Because the British weren't supplying anyone, except for, I think, right before the 1948 war, I think they were supplying the Arabs with weapons. And then they got kicked out. And then they invaded Israel.
Zionists cleared out nearly 1 million Palestinians and took over most of the land that was controlled by Palestinians. This wasn't like a back and forth between two militaries. There were indigenous people in the land, and based on the imposition of foreign governments, because a bunch of European powers felt guilty about the whole World War II thing. And
it wasn't that. What do you mean? They felt guilty about World War II. The Zionists came around in the late 1800s. They started settling there in like 1914. Fully 30 years before the fucking Holocaust.
really wanted to make sure they could establish a sovereign Jewish state. They did so there, and it ended up in like the literal ethnic cleansing of the area. Like just, it wasn't like a back and forth. Like the power differential was massive.
Like, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm high as fuck right now. How do I know more about this topic than Bosch? The guy that gets paid hundreds of thousands of dollars a year by his retard fans to do no research, to never listen to anything but shit that will already agree with him. And why is this retard, who's a fucking political science person, allegedly, why does he not know any of this? It sounds like Nazi rhetoric. The Jews hypnotized the West into giving them Israel. Right. And it's also like the Jews are hypnotizing the world by not killing all of the Palestinians at once, because they're just sneaky Jews that want to make sure that they can genocide them without the UN getting in the way. Like the way that they talk about this, it makes me feel like I'm listening to Nazis sometimes. Not in all of it, everything that they're talking about. Granted, I won't go that far. But in some of the shit that they talk about, goddamn.
No, but I'm not saying the Palestinians had like their army and they were threatening Israel. I'm saying the surrounding Arab states, they had armies.
I'm only talking
there
about...
was a military threat.
Sure, but I'm talking about the mistreatment of the Palestinians, which isn't justified by the fact that other Arab states are mad.
The mistreatment of the Palestinians didn't just start the second that Israel became a state. There was terrorist activities and violence going back and forth the entire time.
In the area. Like, I think the Arab states kind of had a right to be mad. All of their borders were decided by European powers, and then the European powers are like, oh, here's another country, here's a bunch of Jewish people, here you go. Also, we're kicking out 1 million Palestinians to put them there. Like, yeah, that'll make people mad.
That's not what happened at all. This is like unwatchable. It's like actually fucking unwatchable. He doesn't know what happened leading up. I mean, I barely know what happened, but I know it wasn't just like, oh, we're going to put a bunch of Jews there immediately after World War II because we feel guilty for them. And then we're going to, kick out 1 million fucking Palestinians. And then we're going to say, fuck you. And then yeet ourselves out. New level of disappointment just hit your voice. I like that. It's unfucking real. He knows literally nothing about this history, this subject. He doesn't know anything about it. I'm like actually gobsmacked. And I never use that word, but it's the only thing I can think of. Does he actually believe like the Nazi like retard never fucking listened to anything but like a couple of Nick Fuentes streams and then saw a bunch of, you know, like TradCon, you know, pro-Catholic fucking memes on Twitter and decided to be a Nazi? Like that level of like literally doesn't even know enough about his own conspiracy theories to fucking make an argument type Nazi. Like that's what we're listening to right here. He doesn't know enough about the subject to even be coherent in the argument. Literal fucking like 2 IQ Nazis think that the only reason Israel exists is because it was founded after World War II, so we must have felt guilty for the Jews because of the Holocaust, so we just moved all the Jews to fucking Israel, and then history of Israel started there? I don't even know what to fucking say. It's actually fucking it's unreal. It's actually unfucking believable.
I think we can both agree that like carving up land after World War I and II, like a lot of people got fucked over. The Kurds got fucked over. In this case, you could say the Palestinians got the raw end of the deal. I'm not denying that, but if you look at the cards they were
dealt,
I
think this guy is just like wholly unequipped to have this kind of conversation. Because it seems like he does know a little bit about the subject, but he's not like correcting Vosh on literally any part of it.
In 1948, do you think that they could have chosen a better path than they had? Relying on their Arab nations to keep attacking Israel, fully going for terrorism.
But you're simplifying.
Rejecting all those offers they got after all that happened. Like even in 2000, they got an amazing deal.
What offer? What deal? Well, so wait, first of all, I reject the premise here. I reject the premise here because every group could have done better always. Like that doesn't mean anything. But in terms of like how things have gone since then, for the Palestinian people, it has just been the slow loss of their rights and the crushing of their land into a smaller and smaller portion.
It's just been, you know, those poor Palestinians, you know, never did anything, you know, mean towards Israel. You know, those horrible Jewish people just went right into the area. You know, they went into Palestine that was on the map, you know, and it was a country that definitely existed before. And then they just said, you know what, we hate Arabs. And so we're going to kick all the Arabs out. And so they kick all the Arabs out. And then the few that remained, they were just like, you know what, we're going to treat them like dogs for like the next 80 fucking years. And the poor Palestinians being treated like dogs looked up with their puppy dog's eyes and said, please, Mr. Jew, please, just give me some rights. Give me some rights. And those dirty fucking Jews just stepped on them and fucking shot the little puppies in the face. And women, children, babies, men, doesn't matter because they're just conniving little Jews. Like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this?
This isn't like subjective or whatever. The UN keeps denouncing this.
It's not subjective. If it wasn't subjective, then there wouldn't be two positions on it, you fucking retard.
But the U.S. is on the Security Council, and we care about Israel continuing to exist, so we back them. Like, the idea that the treatment of the Palestinian people has been continuously horrendous and, unjustifiable is a broadly held position. The Palestinians aren't doing anything.
Yeah, those poor Palestinians just keep losing land with each war that they declare and lose against Israel. And those evil fucking Israelis just look at those poor, you know, aggressive fucking Palestinian and Arab nations and say, you know what? If you had just stood up for yourself, maybe I would have had mercy. But because you've been so peaceful, I just have to fucking step on your rights even more. I'm taking away 85% of your remaining rights starting tomorrow. Like,
anything to the Israelis. Like, what is there like an Israeli?
Wait, hold on. Wait, what was that?
Broadly held position. The Palestinians aren't doing anything to the Israelis.
Guys, I actually don't know if I can watch the rest of this. I don't know if I can watch the rest of this. Like this is fucking insane. This is fucking crazy. I literally just have no words. I'm not reading this right now. Yes. Okay, guys. I actually, you know what? I'm high. I'm tired. I've been streaming for a while. And this is just every fucking time Vosh opens his grubby little fucking mouth, he just says some shit that's just so wildly off the historical record. It blows me the fuck away. Like the Palestinians were just Gandhi doing non-violent fucking protests, and then they were getting raped with fucking like fucking red hot pokers by the Jews. I just don't understand how. I know what it is. I'm looking at it like I'm looking at Vosh, like he holds himself to the same, kinds of standards that I do for myself, right? I'm looking at Vosh through my lens. And in Vosh's opinion, the way that he's analyzing this is perfect. He doesn't need to know what bad things the Palestinians have done. He can just hand wave the bad things that the Palestinians have done to the Israelis, and that the broader Arab world has done to the Israelis, and say, well, Israel has the power now. Now let's also talk about 1948 when they just decided to do the Nakba. Like, he's content with his lens of analysis being, oh yeah, well, these are the good guys and those are the bad guys. And then post hoc justifying it from there. Again, my position on this used to be more pro-Palestinian than pro-Israeli. And I think that, in order to not... Now, I can understand being 50-50 or 55-45 on either side, I guess, right? But if you're just you wholesale defend one side or the other, you're actually you're either an ideologue, you're retarded, actually literally Down syndrome fucking extra chromosome retarded, or you're just extremely fucking prone to propaganda. There's no way to look at this and say one side is just a peaceful, easygoing little dude, and the other side are just filthy dogs that want to kill him. If you look at it through that lens, or even if you try to take the coward's way and say, now I understand that there's been violence on both sides, but my side is just a little dude who never does anything wrong. Very slight difference, but it's the coward's way of looking and analyzing the violence that your side does. Remember, believe all women is funny, that they now call the rape victims liars. Yeah, I know. Here's the TLDR. The link: British placed restrictions on Jewish immigration while allowing Arabs to enter the country freely. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
What is there an Israeli state that's being crushed into nothing, and a million Israelis being dispossessed?
Did I close out the Wikipedia? I'm sorry, Vosh. Can you say that one more time?
Unjustifiable is a broadly held position. The Palestinians aren't doing anything to the Israelis. What is there an Israeli state that's being crushed into nothing, and a million Israelis being dispossessed the other way around? There's no comparison. There is very clear.
Literally, there were pogroms of Jewish people, not Israelis, but of Jewish people in almost every single Arab state immediately after the 1948 war, immediately after the 1956 war, immediately after the 1967 war, after every single one of those wars, there were anti-Jewish pogroms where they just murdered them or kicked them out of their country, and they had to flee to Israel. It's actually knuckle dragging, fucking retard, total unbelievable fucking frame of analysis from Bosch. Okay, listen, I'm tired. I can't watch any more of this. Every 2 seconds, he says some of the most fucking outrageous shit I've ever heard in my fucking life. I can't do anymore. All right. All right. I'm going to the people on Kick. I'm rating you guys out to tomfoolery. I love you guys very much. If you haven't subbed on YouTube, please sub on YouTube. Smoke weed every day, 420. Big Chungus.